Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is LCALD. This is the Stock Market Live with LCALD. That is. Today is Tuesday, May the 3rd. It is 9:32 a.m. The market is open, has been open for about 2 minutes. We missed the opening bell, but we are here 2 minutes. 2 minutes on time. I call that 2 minutes on time. You're late, you're on time. You're on time, you're late. So that's just how I like to look at things. But other than that, man, good morning. Good morning. I do want to get into the description with you guys here before we go over anything else. And this is live coverage from the stock and crypto market, live ideas of thought and studies. This is not financial advice on this stream or with this company. With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. I hope you had a good night last night. I hope you have a good day today. We got some job jokes, information coming out here. See the SPY trying to go up here, fighting up. We're gonna zoom in here. Uh, yeah, we don't know how the market is taking that though. So we just gonna playing it with caution right now. Just playing this market with caution. Did a tremendous comeback yesterday, so nobody wants to really be playing with the market now. We know it can go either way here. Let's see here. Tesla's on the low here. Tesla's below 900. So let's see. SPY's picking up here though. SPY's looking good here right now. So SPY is going upward here. We're seeing we're not seeing downward pressure. We're seeing upward pressure here on the SPY. 415.66 the high right now. 67 the high right now. And it's only been 4 minutes, so but the first 4 minutes they are taking this thing up here. Amazon's going up 24.93. Amazon's starting to pick up here. So we do see some stocks starting to pick up some gains here, and we see some stocks starting to lose some gains. But yeah, the SPY is up here. The SPY is doing good. So it looks like some names might be flipping red here though. Trying to give it some time here. Everyone taking a dip so far except Amazon. SPY's coming back down 414, you guys. So, we're just sitting here chilling, just trying to see, get the vibe of the market here so far. It looks like it's wanting to go up today, you guys. Um, Looks like we might get that test of some certain numbers here. So Amazon's starting to pick up here. Amazon's really going. 2,500 just tagged it. 2,502. So SPY's picking back up here. Tesla's almost back at 900. They almost there. $1 away. So it's been strong so far. Now the spot just got rejected right there. 415 is coming back down. Looks like Amazon's making a topping candle here. They just went to 2,502 back to 2,488. SPY's coming back down here, you guys. So that was a rejection level there for sure. SPY is coming down. SPY is coming down here, you guys. SPY's back at 413 now, so the SPY's selling off now. Now that the SPY's starting to sell off, we're probably going to start to see some momentum shift here. Um, Amazon just kind of doing their own thing today. They haven't been green. They got the 3-day rule. So Friday, Monday, today, boom, boom, boom. Today's the third day. So yesterday they kind of rallied towards the end of the day, picked up off the ground, but today's the third day. So 3-day rule with Amazon. People just trying to respect it. It just got clapped. Resistance still looks strong though, you guys. I'm not gonna lie. We're not seeing that end of the day momentum like we saw yesterday. Let's see though. Let's check with some earnings names though. It looked like Chegg, they stayed down. They got collapsed. Clorox is actually on the high right now, you guys. Clorox is up. Clorox is up at 150, so they did good. Their earnings report was good. They up to 150 right now. So the SPY's bouncing off 413 support. Amazon's really still going, you guys. So they're not trying to even be shorted at all. They're not really with the motion today. SPY's coming back up here. So these are some big candles here at the open. You see they're just going straight through the channel, up and down. We might have some more credit spread action here today, you guys, and then they might want to do moves later on. That's what it look like it might be, you guys. Whoa, that was a false candle right there. So SPY is coming down now. So yeah, as of right now, they're just going straight through the channel here, you guys. Just going all through it. So still trying to figure out what they want to do. It looks like it's going to boil down to the Fed decision, but right now it's super early, so they might be something moving the market here throughout the day. As of right now, they're undecided. They're going up and down through the channel here. So it wants to break out, but it's the resistance. You can tell it is there. So it's gonna be tough today. Tough battle, another tough battle day. Another patience type of day. You can tell here the first 10 minutes. But I mean, other than that, you guys just stay patient and you'll get your direction here. So it looks like it's forming. It wants to break out, but it doesn't look like it's going to be strong enough, you guys. So you take that with a grain of salt. Other than that, you guys, we got breaking news here, and we're going to get into what the indices are talking about. Let's refresh our page. Give me 1 second. It says women's rights to choose it is fundamental on heels of leaked Supreme Court draft striking down Roe v. Wade. So the market is red, but it's kangaroo. It's just mixed up here. The S&P 500 just flipped green 2%. The Dow's down 7%. Nasdaq's down 26%. The Russell's up 1%. The VIX is down 1.58%. So we got a mixed bag. But Biden says a woman's right to choose is fundamental on heels of leaked Supreme Court draft striking down Roe v. Wade. So stocks are flat on Tuesday as investors remain on edge ahead of Fed decision. So that's what we're really anticipating, the Fed decision. The market is just, doing its own thing, kind of credit spreading here, just anticipating the Fed decision, I feel. I don't think it'll be doing too much here. But it can if it wants to, but I don't think it will. I think it's just, people just trying to find the right price action and make sure this is what they want before the next direction comes, before the next breakout or down comes. So that's just what it is right now. SPY is breaking out right now. 415 just popped out of the channel here again. So let's see if it holds or if it's going to come back inside the channel immediately. So far, it's been popping out of the channel but coming back in. It's only been about 13 minutes, you guys. So right now, we're going to take a quick break. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Again, good morning. Early break gets the worm. I know some of y'all not up yet. I'm still getting set up here myself. So let's take a quick break here, and we're going to try to find some briefings and see if what's moving the market, see what else is moving the market. Or SPY came back into the channel that fast, got rejected at 415. So yeah, we're going to see what's moving the market and just see what's going on outside the market, you guys. Right now, not seeing anything that could be possibly moving this market. So it makes our job easier here at LCAOD. We're going to take a quick break. We got some headlines rolling through ABC, but we just let you watch those. You don't got to hear it. We're going to take a quick break here. Hope you guys enjoying the live stream so far. We're just getting started. I got a lot of stuff to talk about here today. A lot of data coming out. We'll get to it shortly, but let's just pay attention right now, most importantly, to charts and numbers here. It's an opportunity I'm seeing here, especially while still in the channel. It can go either way. It said VWAP on the SPY, so it can go up or down here. Either way, you have a shot. But we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. We're going to take about a 10-15 minute break here, you guys. We'll be right back at right at 10 a.m. I think that's when the job opening numbers data come out anyway. So we're gonna search for that and give us 15 minutes, you guys. 15 minutes, a 15-minute break here. I know we're just getting started. We're just waking up. Get the blood flowing, make some coffee, go brush your teeth, get up, just move around. It's 15 minutes into the market. You know what I'm saying? The market opened at 9:30 a.m. It's 9:45 a.m. We're going to take a 15-minute break. We'll be right back at 10 a.m., you guys. You guys stay cautious out there. Remember, earn something, learn something. If not, learn something, earn something. Either way. But make sure you do one of the two before you just jump into this volatility market here. I'm not seeing a movement on the VIX charts yet, but we do know the VIX is moving here. And it's looking like it's about to flip green. The SPY's coming down 414. We'll be right back.
Finesse, finesse,
Mira Acuatima.
finesse, finesse, finesse. One right, go busy. Finesse, hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. Finesse. Can't worry about the Jake, can't worry about the Jake, can't worry about the Jake. Finesse, I'm all about that cake, I'm all about that cake, I'm all about that cake. Finesse, can't worry about the Jake, can't worry about the Jake, can't worry about the Jake. Finesse, I'm all about that cake, I'm all about that cake. Ain't worried about no snakes, ain't worried about no jakes. I'm all about that pay. You niggas in the way, get the fuck up out my face, get the fuck up out my space, cause I'm headed to the gate. Yeah, I'm tryna get that right, yeah, I'm tryna hit your bait. Then we headed to the bay, talking about that Frito Lay. I got options yeah for days, I got options yeah for days. I'm finessing, never stressing. I got a bad bitch, I'm tryna get her pregnant. I got a sweet lick, it's time to send a message. I got a big Glock, I'm tryna kill your best friend. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. Can't worry about the chase. that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. Can't worry about the Jakes. I ran it up finessing. I'm ballin', check me. I'm the answer, come and test me. Bet nobody disrespect me. Cause I'm stepping on their necklace and I'm sliding with my weapon. I'm the hardest in my section. TTG go at your best friend. I'm a soldier, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. Ain't no foe, nigga. What you hold, nigga? I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. My gift been going, nigga. My strength they folding, nigga. I'm from that bowler, nigga. I'm chilly cola, nigga. Go get a bowler, nigga. I'm tripping over, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. I thought I told you, nigga. You stepping over, nigga. One rap. Finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. I'm finessing. Hey, I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm all about that cake. I'm finessing. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jake. Can't worry about the Jakes. I'm finessing. 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 What you got, man? I already know I'm from the app, man. Let 'em bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Ain't no time for Dr. Phil. Nigga, that's why I gotta keep it real. Nigga wanna play, gotta understand. And I do this shit for real. And the nigga been trill. No, a nigga been real. Nigga wanna play, then this a fucking kill. On the plate, a fucking bill. Don't stop till I see a meal. Me and my niggas gonna get it in. Been it from the back, bustin' not a friend. Hit it from the back, bustin' not a friend. Goddamn, goddamn. Yeah, just a fucking man. Goddamn, I'm going out. And from the best know how the fuck I am. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil.
A hoe gon' be a hoe, yeah, my niggas told me that. Then I really seen it happen, then I feel fucking bad. Cause I told my girl that I really did love her. And she told me she ain't really even love me. So, damn. I said, okay. I got money, then I went the fucking other way. I went tripping, another bitch came another day. And then you know how that was, yeah, made her pay. Yeah, she paid for the tree. I gave her G for 15, nigga. Let her smoke my weed, and then I passed it to the team, and that's just how it is. We mean, yeah. LCAOD, pretty green.
Nigga, what the fuck they wanna talk about? It ain't no investigation, dog. It ain't no Dr. Phil.
Can't turn a hoe into a housewife, now that's the thrill. Can't turn a hoe into a housewife, now that's a bill. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas. That's why we get money, cause the money ain't no different. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. It ain't no investigation time, no Dr. Phil. Bitches gon' be bitches, niggas gon' be niggas.
Niggas got us fucked up, man. Niggas don't know shit, man. It's CAP, and I came in with my cousin DP. Only the Falcons niggas hate, niggas faking envy. You be waiting, I'm impatient, boy, you can't be me. Y'all be waiting, we impatient, hoes, you can't be we. It's CAP, and I came in with my cousin DP. Only the Falcons niggas hate, niggas faking envy. You be waiting, I'm impatient, boy, you can't be me. Y'all be waiting, we impatient, hoes, you can't be we. We in here with the truth cap ganja monster. Niggas gon' hate and sneak this, that ain't our problem. We roll out, full our patience and our problems. Cap got a bad chick, look like she from the Bahamas. And my bitch at the top, she looking like a model. OTF the model, trying us, chances lotto. Blender being Cap, you know we your idols. Get out of denial, stop waiting, that's final. Stop waiting, that's final. You can have that, that's fine, ho. But the top, that's mine, ho. And if they tell you something different, don't mind, ho. So just ask something different, cause they lying, ho. Out of pocket, yeah, them hoes out of line, ho. Out of pocket, yeah, them hoes out of line, ho. For them niggas, it's just me and my CAP. And I came in with my cousin DP. Only the Falcons niggas hate, niggas faking envy. You be waiting, I'm impatient, boy, you can't be me. Y'all be waiting, we impatient, hoes, you can't be we. It's CAP, and I came in with my cousin DP. Only the Falcons niggas hate, niggas faking envy. You be waiting, I'm impatient, boy, you can't be me. Y'all be waiting, we impatient, hoes, you can't be we. It's CAP. And I came in with my cousin DP. Only the Falcons niggas hate, niggas faking envy. You be waiting, I'm impatient, boy, you can't be me. Y'all be waiting, we impatient, hoes, you can't be we. Hey, and I came in with my cousin. Bitches wanna trip, I'm a fucker, drop and blow. Ay, niggas want the truth, they don't know the real smoke. Real smoke like the dough, yeah, smoke like the dough.
Yeah, that shit about to be.
Yeah. It's Lennon P. In here with Bang. Hilly in the parks.
I ain't tryna be your man, only in time for the weekend. Tryna see you a weekend, roll one and go deep in. I ain't tryna be your man, only in time for the weekend. Tryna see you a weekend, roll one and go deep in. I ain't tryna be your man, on time for the weekend. So you gotta understand, baby, one night stand. I ain't tryna be your man, on time for the weekend. Tryna see if we can. One night stand.
You pressed about another bitch, you a bitch. Leos ain't lucky, cause Leo snitch. I tried the one night stand, but she flipped the switch. She consulted me while dating, she professionally hit. So karma biting back, if finesse that trick. Karma biting back, if finesse that chick. Karma biting back, if finesse that trick. Karma biting back, if finesse that bitch. Oh, baby girl, I'm not tryna be your man. I'm not tryna be genuine, but just pull down your pants. Make that pussy my land, dear, that pussy my prance. I'm sticking it in too deep, she can't even get out of sentence. Will accept that cause I'm Leonard. I'm a soul survivor / sinner. And these other busters beginners. They small chicks, they pretenders. My realness don't feel them, so my realness just blend them. I still wanna fuck you, girl, in the backseat of the rental. But this case got my mind and it's controlling my mental. I can't mistake no more because I'm forgiven. And I pray this
Prayer to all of you children. Do not hit women and just quit them, cause what's hitting gon' go missing. And God forbid that you'll seek vengeance. And God forbid you'll seek vengeance.
I can't stop thinking about you. You're on my mind. Cause I can't let you go, you're so fine. And doodle. I can't stop thinking about you. I said you on my mind, on my mind, on my mind. I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one, I go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one, I go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. So you gotta understand. Baby, one night stand. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. Trying to see if we can one night stand.
I was just trying to see if we can one night stand. I pulled up at your grandma's house, told you to get in the bed. That was it, straight like that. You started giving me head. You was spitting, slurping on this shit. I said you did this before. Yeah. Is anyone coming home? No one, so I'm about to beat it more. Yeah, the neighbors know. Hey, I hope they don't kick in the door. I hope they don't smell the dro. They know that I'm a pro. I'm a professional. Gotta do what I gotta do, pork foes. Nah, fuck that pork aches and a 2-liter dough. Rain in, kickstand, niggas can't do what I can. I can fuck your bitch, yes I can. You know what I do, man, I'm the man. You know what I do, man, I'm the man. Hey, it ain't no talking. It ain't no talking.
I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one, I go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. Only in time for the weekend. Trying to see you a weekend. Roll one, I go deep in. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. So you gotta understand. Baby, one night stand. I ain't trying to be your man. On time for the weekend. Trying to see if we can one night stand.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we back from the break. It's 10 a.m. Spots going straight up here. I don't know how long this will hold, but it is going straight up. We're seeing continuation from yesterday. The market is green here, you guys. Amazon's up $32 here. Tesla's starting to pick up here. Everything's going straight up here, you guys. This is why I told you guys, don't overload those puts. You will get wiped. This is the move here now. The market has been selling, so think about it. Make it make sense. The market's definitely going to rebound eventually if it keeps getting sold. I tried to warn you guys, buy calls. If you want to make money, buy calls. No one wants to listen. Everyone wants to be one animal, and they get you wiped every single time. Every time you want to be one-sided, this market will get you wiped, you guys. This is a prime example here. The market is going straight up. Some of you guys are stuck in puts and can't get out. You got to wait for it to come back down. Who knows if it'll come back down. The selling probably stopped yesterday. That's what the rally was for. That's what I tried to warn you guys. Now, it could just be trying to find this top here and get off the ground. It might come back down here. But as of right now, this market is going straight up. And that's what we're following. We're following price action. We're following charts. We're following numbers. They're going up. So I'm following that. But the market is mixed, though, you guys. The Dow's down 2%. The S&P 500 is up 35%. The NASDAQ is up 51%. The Russell 2000 is down 25% now. And the VIX is down about 3.80% at $31.10 here today. So not seeing any volatility today. So bulls, this May bull is still trying to find itself here. And so it's picking up here a little bit while the VIX is down. Got the NASDAQ is leading the way up here, so I feel like if everybody else flips green, the market probably will pick up more here. Probably see more gains to come. But we do got some earnings after the bell here, you guys. We got Airbnb day report, it looks like the jobs jolt data has hit the market and it was positive. Um, so yeah, it looks like they're taking it positive anyway. Investors are. So we'll see. We'll see. Like I said, if this might be your top, guys. Pay close attention to detail here. We haven't been out of this range in about what 2 or 4 days maybe. I think it just was at 425, 428 on the spot, but we haven't been out of this range in a while. But Amazon is up 30 though, you guys. It's going straight up. Nvidia is on the high here. They're breaking out 197. So we are seeing stocks trying to break out here, make some moves. SPY's at the top chilling now. I don't think it's coming back down now, you guys. It looks like too the Fed is trying to start a little rally, a sneak rally. Because they done put so much fear in the market, they done made room for them, you know. So the market has broke out into a direction so far to the upside. Finally got out of the channel here, and it's just chilling at the upper band out of the channel right now. See how long it'll last. So huge rejection right there. The SPY just touched 416.27, got rejected back at 416 even. But it's fighting to go back up here, you guys. So it might have topped out here. So we'll see. It looks like the spot might be topping out right there, you guys. I don't know, but look, we're gonna take another quick break here. We're trying to find some briefings here. We got breaking news on a report leak draft opinion suggests Supreme Court could overturn Roe v. Wade.
Overturned. And we know they won't stop there. States like Missouri have already signaled that they intend to try to enforce their laws outside their own state borders. And we know that ultimately abortion opponents want to pass a nationwide ban. So no one is safe. This overturning Roe will be a mass criminalization event, and that will harm the people most oppressed in this country, Black and brown people who already face the most discriminatory barriers to care. And they are also the ones who are most likely to be surveilled and criminalized. So this is a stark...
looks like we got some market data here now. It looks like live NASA Chief Nelson on FY 2023 budget. And then we got Senate Judiciary hearing on ethics and accountability and Supreme Court and lower courts. So this is definitely moving the market here. We're going to tune into this. The SPY did just get rejected there. Huge rejection level on the SPY there. at for 1627. So SPY's coming back down to VWAP now. But yeah, huge rejection level there. So you guys want to be a little cautious here. Be a little cautious here. But look, let's tune into this. Like I said, this is moving the market here. The market is green now. The Dow's evenly green. The S&P 500 is up 16%. The Nasdaq's up 30%. Russell is down 27%. The VIX is down 3.25% at $31.29. Let's tune into these market hearings. This is, like I said, very important. This is moving the market here. So let's see what they're talking about. It just started 5 minutes ago, so we're right on time with that today. Let's tune in.
I wrote to all of the circuit courts of appeal, asking them for their view on, in their courts, whether they would accept their judges
security assistance to
getting undisclosed free vacations from people they'd never met.
So we got like 3 different briefings going on at one time. Well, 2 different briefings going on at one time. This is another one. Defense Secretary Austin, General Milley testified on defense budget and Senate hearing. So this is important too. This is moving the market. SPY is coming down now. They just flipped back red. So the SPY's back red on us here, you guys. Just lost all those gains. Amazon's coming back down too, 25.05. Looks like Tesla's turning around as well here. So everyone's just getting a little turnaround right now. It looks like as soon as these hearings started and the testimony started, the market turned around here. So let's see how important this really is, and let's tune in and see what's actually going on here. They might give us a little preview about the Fed decision. It might just be talking about what they're talking about. So at the end of the day, it's moving the market and moving the economy right now. Let's tune in, you guys. Airbnb report after hours, they're down $5 right now.
without interruption. Specifically, we are requesting, as you pointed out, Chairman, $16 billion for the Department of Defense, which includes $5 billion of additional drawdown authority, $6 billion more for the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, and another $5 billion for critical investments to help cover the operational cost of bolstering NATO's eastern flank. I want to thank you for your strong leadership toward our shared goal of helping Ukraine defend itself and supporting NATO. I hope the Congress will quickly approve this supplemental. Now, let me briefly mention a couple of other major efforts that the department's focused on. As you know, the department's pacing challenge remains countering aggression and bullying from China. So this budget invests some $6 billion in the Pacific Deterrence Initiative. And in keeping with our new national defense strategy, we're going to enhance our force posture, our infrastructure, our presence, and our readiness in the Indo-Pacific, including the missile defense of Guam. At the same time, we must be prepared for threats that pay no heed to borders, from pandemics to climate change. And we must tackle the persistent threats posed by North Korea, Iran, and global terrorist groups. So I'm proud that our budget seeks more than $130 billion for research, development, testing, and evaluation, the largest R&D request this department has ever made. This includes $1 billion for artificial intelligence, $250 million for 5G, nearly $28 billion for space capabilities, and another $11 billion to protect our networks and develop a cyber mission force. Mr. Chairman, this budget maintains our edge, but it does not take that edge for granted. And through the President's budget and with the help of this committee, we will continue to defend this nation, take care of our people, and support our allies and partners. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Appreciate your testimony, Mr. Secretary. General Milley, you have the floor.
Chairman Tester and members of the committee, thank you. And I also want to publicly thank Senator Shelby, although he's not here today, for his lifelong service in America's interests. I am privileged to represent the soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines, and Guardians of the United States Joint Force. And our troops, as you all know, and with your help, are the best led, best equipped, best trained, most lethal, and most capable military force in the world. Alongside our allies and partners at any given time, approximately 400,000 of us are currently standing watch in 155 countries and conducting operations every day that keep Americans safe. Currently, we are supporting, as you noted in your opening comment, Senator Tester, our European allies in guarding NATO's eastern flank in the face of an unnecessary war of aggression by Russia against the people of Ukraine and the assault on the democratic institutions and rules-based international order that have prevented great power war for the last 78 years since the end of World War II. We are now facing two global powers, China and Russia, each with significant military capabilities, both who intend to fundamentally change the current rules-based order. We are entering a world that is becoming more unstable, and the potential for significant international conflict between great powers is increasing, not decreasing. The United States military comprises one of the four key components of national power: diplomatic, economic, informational, and of course military, in order to protect the homeland and sustain a stable and open international system. In coordination with the other elements of power, we constantly develop a wide range of military options for the President as Commander-in-Chief and for this Congress to consider. As the U.S. military, we are prepared to deter and, if necessary, fight and win against anyone who seeks to attack the United States, our allies, or our significant or vital national security interests. The Joint Force appreciates the work that our elected representatives do to ensure that we have the resources needed to train, equip, and manage the force in order to be ready. We thank the Congress for increasing last year's fiscal level of military spending, and we look forward to your support for this year's budget. The Joint Force will deliver modernization and readiness to our armed forces and security to the people of the United States at the FY23 budget request of $773 billion. This budget will enable the decisions, modernization, and transformation of the Joint Force in order to set and meet the conditions of operating environment that we expect to encounter in 2030 and beyond, the so-called changing character of war that we have discussed many times in the past. We will work diligently to ensure the resources of the American people entrust to us are spent prudently in the best interests of the nation. In alignment with the National Defense Strategy and the forthcoming National Military Strategy, this budget delivers a ready, agile, and capable joint force that will defend the nation while taking care of our people and working with our partners and allies. We are witnessing right now, as we sit here, the greatest threat to peace and security of Europe and perhaps the world in my 42 years in uniform. The Russian invasion of Ukraine is threatening to undermine not only European peace and stability, but global peace and stability that my parents and generations of Americans fought so hard to defend. The islands of the Pacific and the beaches of Normandy bore witness to the incredible tragedy that befalls humanity when nations seek power through military aggression across sovereign borders. Despite this horrific assault on the institutions of freedom, it is heartening to see the world rally and say never again to the specter of war in Europe. Your military stands ready to do whatever is directed in order to maintain peace and stability on the European continent, a peace that ensures global stability and an international order where all nations can prosper in peace. We are also prepared and need to sustain our capabilities anywhere else in the globe, as well as with our priority effort being in the Asia-Pacific against the pacing challenge of the People's Republic of China. And in defense of our nation, we must maintain competitive overmatch in all the domains of war: space, cyber, land, sea, and air. Second place has no room in the geostrategic competition between us and our adversaries. The United States is at a very critical and historic geostrategic inflection point. We need to pursue a clear-eyed strategy of maintaining the peace through the unambiguous capability of strength relative to China and Russia. This requires that we simultaneously maintain readiness and modernize for the future. It's not one or the other. If we do not do that, then we are risking the security of future generations. And I believe this budget is a major step in the right direction to securing the United States. And I look forward to your questions.
Example makes this problem undeniably clear. Actual, ongoing ethics investigations into Judge Kavanaugh were dropped when he became Justice Kavanaugh simply because his ascension to the Supreme Court set him beyond the reach of the ethics rules and procedures applicable to all other federal judges under which he was being investigated. The highest court has the lowest standards, indeed only the standards which each justice, in his or her own unreviewable caprice, chooses to impose on themselves. The biggest thing we could do is likely to pass my Disclose Act, which would make transparent the big money, the big dark money in particular, now being spent anonymously to get justices confirmed. It seems to me essential when someone is spending millions of dollars on judicial confirmations to influence the makeup of the court to understand what business they may have before the court. The court's reluctance to treat any of these issues seriously puts us in the position of having to act legislatively. To be clear, we need to root out problems with our judiciary's ethics practices so that we can protect the public's trust in our federal courts. We need to update the laws and practices regarding recusal. We need safeguards to protect against the dark money influence that now enmires the federal judiciary. We need rules for disclosure of who is behind front group amici. And we need a binding code of conduct for the Supreme Court, the only court in the country that doesn't have one. Justices say they can handle these problems themselves. We may hear more of that today. But they've had plenty of time and plenty of cause, and they simply have not. So today we consider what Congress can do to address those ethics issues and to assure that the court's rules and practices merit the confidence and trust of the American people. And with that, let me turn to my distinguished ranking member, Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to all our witnesses. I will not be a part of any effort that is intended to or has the consequence of destabilizing the institution of the United States Supreme Court or our federal judiciary. I won't do it. I will not be a part of any effort to change the United States Supreme Court because I do not like the way that it is voting. The integrity of the court is as important as the integrity of this body. It is as important as the integrity of the executive branch. It is as important as the integrity of the United States Constitution. Judges are not supposed to be politicians with robes. Judges are not supposed to tell us what the law ought to be. They are supposed to tell us what the law is. That doesn't mean that sometimes judges don't make law. What's reasonable or unreasonable under the Fourth Amendment is a topic that our judges have to assess every day. But they have to, or at least they should assess it with an open mind and with an understanding of the purpose of that constitutional amendment. Now, this is America. You're entitled to believe what you want. And you're entitled to say it. I don't much agree with my woker fellow Americans who think they're smarter and more virtuous than the American people, who think they have a monopoly on the truth. I believe they have the right to say what they want to, but I also believe you don't have the right, You're not really free if you can't express yourself, if you can't say what you think. So I'm not suggesting that this is not a topic that we shouldn't talk about. In fact, I'm interested in hearing what all of you have to say, particularly about the consequences, if any, of this legislation on the separation of powers. I think that's I'm rather fond of the Constitution. I'm rather fond of the part about the three branches of government. I'd like to maintain them. I'd like to lift up the institutions of the Constitution, including the United States Supreme Court. I'm not interested in tearing them down because I don't happen to like the way they vote. Dark money has been mentioned repeatedly. A great deal of money is being spent by conservatives, moderates, liberals in America. They have the right to spend that money to petition their government. I don't think it's fair just to blame one particular side. You know, the American people aren't stupid. They're not morons. They may not read Aristotle every day because they're too busy earning a living. But the American people can see that all sides are represented in this so-called dark money. I've been disappointed in the way the Supreme Court has voted before. I've been reading Supreme Court opinions since I was in law school. And I realize what you're thinking. You know, life is short. Kennedy should get one. But I enjoy reading Supreme Court opinions. For the longest time, it was part of my job when I taught in law school. Some of them I agree with. Some of them I don't. But I have never, and never will, attack the institution of the United States Supreme Court. Now, we're about to find out what our Department of Justice is made of. We have had an unprecedented leak. Unprecedented. As despicable as it is dangerous at the United States Supreme Court. And for those who don't understand how the United States Supreme Court works internally, it's not like the United States Congress, where thousands of people could have access to a document. This is a very finite group of folks who could have had access to that document. And this leak, regardless of whether you agree with the draft opinion or disagree, has seriously undermined the confidence that we all have in the United States Supreme Court. We're about to find out what the United States Department of Justice is made of, because it can find this leaker if it wants to. And once that leaker is found, that person should be fired. That person should be disbarred. That person should be the defendant and whomever cares to bring a civil lawsuit. And that person should be prosecuted. That person also has a pretty difficult decision to make here in the next few days. I hope that I'm accurate, believe I'm accurate, and suggesting that every person who had access to this document that was leaked, is going to get a visit by the FBI. And the person who leaked this document is going to have to either tell the truth or lie to an FBI agent, which subjects them to criminal prosecution. So let's hope that our Department of Justice does its job. And in at least a small way, tries to restore a little bit of the integrity that this misguided zealot who leaked this document took away from the American people. I look forward to your testimony.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. It's an interesting separation of powers question. Why FBI agents from the executive branch should be running around within the Supreme Court interviewing clerks and staff and justices themselves, if it's not appropriate for Congress to exercise its legislative powers with regard to those standards. So it will be interesting to see that.
Well, let me respond to that, Mr. Chairman. As you know, the United States Supreme Court has its own police force. And I don't think it's at all uncommon to have police forces cooperate. And what I hope happens, everybody's entitled to his opinion, but what I hope happens is that the authorities at the Department of Justice, who I believe will be called in, should be called in, put the full force and power of their agency to find out who leaked this document and to prosecute that person civilly and criminally to the full extent of the law. I don't care who it is. I don't care what their politics is. This isn't right.
And I guess we'll begin by trying to identify what law that person might have violated. Let me turn to Chairman Durbin to make his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yesterday, I attended a memorial ceremony at the Supreme Court for former Justice John Paul Stevens. It was a moving ceremony in honor of a man I respected very much and a great justice. And it brought to mind a line that Justice Stevens wrote in his famous dissent in the Bush versus Gore case. Let me read it. It is confidence in the men and women who administer the judicial system that is the true backbone of the rule of law. Time will one day heal the wound to that confidence that will be inflicted by today's decision. One thing, however, is certain. Although we may never know with complete certainty the identity of the winner of this year's presidential election, the identity of the loser is perfectly clear. It's the nation's confidence in the judge as an impartial guardian of the rule of law. I think of this quote again today as millions of Americans wake up to the realization that a constitutional right that has been guaranteed for half a century, that they may have known their whole lives and assumed was, quote, settled law, is suddenly on the verge of being extinguished. I don't condone the leaking of internal Supreme Court documents. Senator Kennedy's correct. It is unprecedented. I don't know who leaked the opinion or why. But I know that today, women and men across this country are grappling with the very real concern and, yes, the fear that they may lose a critical constitutional right in just a matter of weeks. If true, this draft opinion that circulated last night would end a half-century guarantee that reproductive rights are protected by our Constitution. Everyone, no matter where you live or how much money you make, deserves access to health care without barriers or political roadblocks. Regardless of the Supreme Court's final decision this summer, Congress cannot sit idly by, nor can this committee. We must enshrine into law a woman's right to make her own health care choices. Long before last night's news, this hearing had already been scheduled to discuss the issues of judicial ethics and transparency. They are important topics, and I welcome the distinguished panel of witnesses here today. I do not take anything near a hands-off attitude toward that branch of government known as the judiciary. As a matter of fact, we just completed an advise and consent procedure for a nominee to the highest court of the land. We do that for judicial nominees at the federal level. We actually determine how many of those judges will be sitting on circuit benches and district court benches. We have the power, though it's been a long time since it's been actively debated or discussed, to even change the composition of the courts. We have many authorities, including the power of the purse when it comes to dealing with the judiciary. So I don't take a hands-off attitude. While we're on the subject, I think we should consider the ethical implications of Supreme Court nominees repeatedly coming before this committee and testifying under oath that they will respect precedent and then doing exactly the opposite when they're confirmed. We must work to ensure, as Justice Stevens said, the true backbone of the rule of law, the confidence in the men and women who administer it. I believe that confidence has been shaken, and we must face that alarming reality. Stronger ethics rules will increase public confidence in the courts and will add legitimacy to their rulings. This will in turn increase public confidence in our democracy. This is not about any particular judge or justice. It's about our federal judicial branch. When we argue the judiciary needs stronger ethics rules, that doesn't mean that federal judges are behaving unethically on any widespread basis. But the Supreme Court itself has recognized that laws governing judicial ethics are not just about regulating actual ethical lapses. They are about avoiding the appearance of impartiality. In recent years, there have been numerous bills in Congress taking a variety of approaches to strengthen judiciary ethics. Just last week, the House passed the Courthouse Ethics and Transparency Bill, which had passed the Senate in February. This bill, led by Senators Cornyn and Coons, increases the reporting requirements in judges' financial disclosure forms and makes those forms more accessible to the public. Hope we can find a path forward for more bipartisan action. I want to thank this panel of witnesses again. I look forward to hearing from you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Chairman Durbin, and thank you very much for attending our hearing. I'm grateful to you. The witnesses I will now introduce, and I'll just go right across the table here. First is Kedrick Payne, who is the Vice President, General Counsel, and Senior Director of Ethics at the Campaign Legal Center. Prior to joining the Campaign Legal Center, Mr. Payne advised the executive branch on ethics laws as a Deputy General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Energy, and he's also enforced legislative branch ethics laws as Deputy Chief Counsel of the Office of Congressional Ethics. Before that, he was in private practice at Skadden Arps, Slate, Meagher, and Flom, where he advised lobbyists and government contractors on compliance with government campaign finance and ethics laws. Mr. Thomas Dupre, you mind if I introduce your witnesses? Are we good to do that? Is partner and co-chair of the Appellate and Constitutional Law Practice Group at Gibson, Dunn & Crutcher here in Washington, D.C. He previously served as Deputy Assistant Attorney General and Principal Deputy Assistant Attorney General for the Civil Division at the U.S. Department of Justice during the George W. Bush administration. He's argued more than 90 appeals in federal courts in all 13 circuits and the United States Supreme Court. Professor Amanda Frost is the Ann Loeb Bronfman Distinguished Professor of Law and Government at American University Washington College of Law. Professor Frost writes and teaches in the fields of constitutional law, immigration and citizenship law, federal courts and jurisdiction, and judicial ethics. Professor Frost's scholarship has been cited by over a dozen federal and state courts, and she is the author of two especially relevant law review articles on judicial recusal and judicial ethics laws. Before Professor Frost entered academia, she clerked on the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit and spent 5 years as a staff attorney at Public Citizen. Professor Jennifer Mascott is an assistant professor of law at the Antonin Scalia Law School of George Mason University and the co-director of the C. Boyden Gray Center for the Study of the Administrative State. Professor Mascott writes and teaches in the areas of constitutional law, administrative law, separation of powers, and federal courts. She previously served as an Associate Deputy Attorney General in the U.S. Justice Department and as Deputy Assistant Attorney General within the department's Office of Legal Counsel during the Trump administration. She has clerked for Justice Clarence Thomas and then Judge Brett Kavanaugh. And finally, Professor Abby Wood is a professor of law, political science, and public policy.
Dialogue and maintaining open channels. We both want to make sure that we work together to promote security and stability in the region. And so I look forward to again, engaging him in the future, in the not too distant future. I'm sure I'll see him at the Shangri-La Dialogue coming up in June.
Yeah, let me just thank you for that. I'm obviously a Californian, and we believe we're in the century of the Pacific. And so these things become very important to the safety and security of the entire West Coast of this country. One last one. It's imperative that Russia not be allowed to get away with aggression and land grabs. And it seems that Ukraine, with the support of the United States, is really showing considerable strength on the battlefield. So I wanted to ask a quick question, if you can share with us what the end game is and what you hope to achieve.
Well, the end game will be defined by the Ukrainian government as it engages with Russia, and so I won't try to define that for them. I would just say that we're going to continue to do everything within our power to make sure that we support Ukraine in its efforts to defend its sovereign territory. We hope that at the end of this, that Ukraine will be a sovereign state with a functioning government that can protect its territory, and so that's what we're focused on for now and going forward.
My time is up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Schatz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here. Secretary Austin, I want to thank you for your clarity and your leadership on the question of the future of the Red Hill bulk fuel storage facility. I also want to thank the Deputy Secretary Hicks and Admirals Paparo and Aquilino. I know up and down the department and the Department of the Navy and the rest of the federal government was deeply engaged. And this was a tough decision, but it was the right decision. And I think you know that, not just from the standpoint of safe drinking water for the state of Hawaii and the residents of Hawaii and your service members, but that it was right for national security. In your own words, centrally located bulk fuel storage of this magnitude likely made sense in 1943, but doesn't make sense for how we operate in the Indo-Pacific today. Can you talk about why this is a better decision from a national security perspective?
Well, Senator, let me thank you and the entire state delegation for what you did in exercising leadership on this important issue. We really appreciate it. You hit the nail on the head when you quoted me regarding the fact that this was conceived in the 1940s, and it served a specific purpose at that point in time. It doesn't necessarily support the way that we operate today. We're much further forward in theater.
Democrats in Congress have endorsed plans for partisan court packing. They've sent the justices threatening legal briefs. They've scheduled sham hearings to smear judges. In 2020, the Senate Democratic leader marched across the street to the court and shouted threats at multiple justices by name if they didn't rule how he wanted. In 2018, activists literally chased senators around the Capitol. And now, last night, a shocking new breach. Somebody, likely somebody inside the court itself, leaked a confidential internal draft to the press, almost certainly in an effort to stir up an inappropriate pressure campaign to sway an outcome. The radical left immediately rallied around the toxic stunt. The cheerleaders for partisan court packing applauded what they suggested was the work of, quote, a brave clerk, making a last-ditch Hail Mary attempt to cause a political firestorm and cause the court to reconsider. Liberals want to rip the blindfold off Lady Justice. They want to override impartiality with intimidation. They want to elevate mob rule over the rule of law. The same political movement that used a leak to move up the timeline of Justice Breyer's retirement process is trying to use yet another leak
to make the court less secure and less impartial. Never before in modern history has an internal draft been leaked to the public while the justices were still deciding a case. Never before. Whoever committed this lawless act knew exactly what it could bring about. The justices already require security. Less than 2 weeks ago, an unbalanced person lit himself on fire on the court steps. Less than 3 years ago, a liberal mob tried to storm the court, shoving past law enforcement and pounding on the doors. Look, everybody knows what kind of climate the far left is trying to fuel. One that is antithetical to the rule of law. Right on cue, top Democrats began publishing wild statements about what the court might decide, packed with using unhinged rhetoric that could easily light a match. So what else happened? Activists flocked to the court. An angry crowd surrounded the court, chanting justices' names. There are renewed calls to smash the institutions of both the Senate and the court at the same time. One of the court's most essential and sacred features was smashed just to buy the outrage industrial complex a few extra days to scream nonsense about what the court might rule. This lawless action should be investigated and punished to the fullest extent possible. The fullest extent possible. I'm certain the Chief Justice will seek to get to the bottom of this. If a crime was committed, the Department of Justice must pursue it completely. So listen, I want all 9 justices to know there are still principled senators who have their backs no matter what. There are still some people in this Capitol and a majority in the Senate whose support for the rule of law is not conditional. Not conditional. The court should tune out the bad faith noise and feel completely free to do their jobs. They should follow the facts and the law wherever that leads. As I've warned in the past, courts bowing to activist pressure would never enhance judicial legitimacy. It could only erode it. And the hostage takers would never settle for half a loaf. Now, Mr. President, on another matter, an unfortunate routine keeps playing itself out with the Biden administration. First, they implement bad policies that create problems. Then they propose solutions that are really just more bad ideas. Case in point is inflation. Democrats spent last spring unleashing a deluge of reckless spending on our recovering economy. They spent the rest of the year trying to pull off yet another taxing and spending spree. And now they want to pass a massive tax hike while families are already hurting. Unfortunately for the American people, the same thing is playing itself out in the world of energy policy. Since day one, the Biden administration has done its best to wage holy war on American domestic energy production. The predictable result, thanks to these policies and the broader inflation that Democrats have fueled, is that American families are hurting badly. Across the board, energy costs have risen nearly 32% in a year. But now comes the third part of the unfortunate routine. A slew of bad far-left policy choices and proposals that would make the pain for the American people actually even worse. Some Democrats are pushing for a massive new tax on companies involved in developing and exporting American energy. The last time this wrong-headed idea was given legs, President Carter ended up reducing domestic production, increasing our foreign dependence, and raising Americans' prices at the pump. And over the last few weeks, the Biden administration took two more steps in the wrong direction. After ignoring federal law by failing to award a single oil or gas development lease for 5 straight quarters, the administration has shrunk its land offering by 80% while jacking up its royalty rate by 50%. That's right. Democrats' response to supply shortages and sky-high prices at the pump is to make American energy even less available and even more expensive. Meanwhile, it's begun to tear up the regulatory reforms put in place under the last administration to streamline infrastructure project permitting. Biden and his team struck the match on a historic surge in energy prices and are now making it even more expensive for American producers to boost supply. They endorsed a bipartisan infrastructure bill and are now making it harder for American builders to get the work. And of course, Democrats are still itching to resurrect their Green New Deal. In the midst of historic inflation, they want to jack costs up even further for consumers while making America wildly dependent on China and other regimes with abysmal environmental and labor standards. The same Democrats who don't want us responsibly exploring for oil and natural gas also don't want us responsibly exploring for critical minerals either, and want to tie up American manufacturing in red tape. So the administration's war on American energy has left destruction in its wake. The only idea they have left to try is the one that would have worked from the beginning. Unleash the abundant, affordable, and reliable supply we've got right here at home.
It has chosen to do so for the lower courts as well, as is its authority under the Constitution. Judicial ethics has also been a topic which Congress has legislated on from the very beginning. In 1792, it enacted the first recusal statute. For the past 75 years, that statute has also applied to the Supreme Court justices. Major pieces of ethical legislation apply to the courts as they do to the executive branch, such as the Ethics Reform Act of 1989 and the Ethics in Government Act of 1978, which all members of the courts, all Article III judges, comply with. Finally, Congress requires every judge and justice sitting today to take an oath, and that oath includes the requirement that they swear to do equal right to the poor and to the rich, and, quote, to faithfully and impartially discharge and perform their duties. If Congress has the constitutional authority to require judge and justices to swear to be impartial, it certainly has the authority to require and pass laws to ensure that they fulfill that obligation. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Professor Frost. Professor Mascott.
Chairman Whitehouse, Ranking Member Kennedy, and members of the subcommittee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I'm Jennifer Mascott, a professor at the Scalia Law School, where I teach and write in the areas of constitutional interpretation, federal courts, and civil procedure. And as the theme of my written prepared testimony reflects, the best way to preserve and sustain the legitimacy that the Supreme Court has enjoyed for decades is for the court to maintain consistency with its proper constitutionally constrained role. Article 3 of the Constitution authorizes federal courts to resolve discrete cases and controversies. Courts are not political institutions, and when society treats the court as a political entity and improperly turns to the court to solve society's problems, the court is undermined, and we will see outrages like the unprecedented breach of integrity and attack on the court that we saw last night. It's impossible today not to begin the summary of my written testimony by addressing what appeared to be a leak last night of an original draft opinion in the court's upcoming decision in the Dobbs case. As a former law clerk for the Supreme Court, I'm shocked by the leak. This leak is unprecedented in its breadth in the history of the Supreme Court, and I fear what it will do to undermine the trust, confidence, and collegiality that the justices have enjoyed to this point in spite of the broader divisiveness of the culture. But in a society that bullies and intimidates the justices, we get attacks like we saw last night in individuals who feel that when they don't like the outcome in a particular decision, they need to attack and undermine the legitimacy of the court that's reaching the outcome and trying to apply the rule of law. That said, despite the individual aberration of last night trying to undermine the legitimacy of the court, the Article 3 judiciary arguably has been the most stable, best functioning branch within the federal government. The number of seats on the Supreme Court has been steady for more than 150 years. Over the past 10 terms, at least 35% of the court's judgments in merits cases have been unanimous, and the court's decisions are breathtakingly transparent in the level of detailed explanation that the court provides in written opinions when it resolves orally argued cases. President Biden began his administration with an effort to probe whether the Supreme Court needs significant reform, and the President's Reform Commission saw no unified mandate to urge far-reaching reform, advising instead that many of the suggested structural changes to the court that the commission evaluated would offer uncertain practical benefits. The Constitution authorizes Congress to establish federal courts and assign their scope of jurisdiction over cases and controversies, so Congress has the power to prescribe certain rules impacting the operation of federal courts. Dating back to the first federal Congress, however, the House and Senate authorized federal courts to devise their own procedural rules subject to significant discretion. There may even be a certain core constitutional minimum of supervisory authority that the Supreme Court must maintain over its own operations that Congress would lack the authority to regulate, even if it had the political will to do so. Regardless of the statutory or constitutional character of judicial supervisory authority, however, the practice of Congress has been to authorize and affirm the ability of the courts to exercise significant internal supervisory power over their own operations. Contemporary political considerations are not a solid ground on which to change this centuries-old general practice and approach. If there's any factor causing the courts to appear to lack sufficient accountability and transparency, it would be the trend over the past century for the American public and its institutions to turn to the court to sit as the final arbiter of significant social and political questions. The expectation that the court will resolve some of the most contentious issues of our time on a broad scale, such as privacy issues, family and education policy, and the proper demographic makeup of societal institutions, misconceives of the court's proper constitutionally constrained role to resolve concrete cases and controversies. The Constitution established Congress and the executive branch to serve as the federal lawmaking and law executing departments. Through regular elections, Congress and the President are accountable to the representative will of the public and therefore are appropriately charged with making and executing policy. And Congress is the singular federal branch on which the Constitution expressly imposes disclosure requirements for that very reason. Congress should not apply mandates and restrictions to the courts that would make courts resemble the political institutions. Rather, the federal government should reduce its sphere of governance across the board, permitting more space for individual states, families, and religious and educational institutions to provide tailored and localized policy solutions and self-governance. Thank you. I look forward to answering your questions.
Thank you, Professor Mascott. Professor Wood.
Chairman Whitehouse, Ranking Member Kennedy, and distinguished members of the subcommittee, thank you so much for inviting me to come today to talk about dark money and the judiciary. When I searched flights for my travel here, my results included greenhouse gas emissions data for each flight. That information, which was made available at the time that I made my decision, affected my decision. I chose a flight that had a slightly lower impact on the environment because I had the information. I know from years of researching disclosure that this simple and kind of toyish but true commercial example demonstrates the power of disclosure to aid our decision making. Well-designed disclosures can help us decide how to vote, what to buy, where to eat, which doctors and financial advisors to trust, and yes, which judges and justices and amici to trust as well. There are three things I want you to know about disclosure of political spending generally. First, disclosure informs decision makers, as does disclosure about disclosure, which I'll explain. Second, concerns about disclosure chilling speech and association seem overblown. Third, because dark money damages political trust, more disclosure is needed around both judicial confirmation and amicus briefs to shore up the public's declining view of the court's democratic legitimacy. On the first point, disclosure informs decision makers. As I detail in my written testimony, we have decades of research into the informational benefits of campaign finance, consumer, and conflict of interest disclosures. And in this age of dark money, scholars are also learning that disclosure about disclosure is powerful. By disclosure about disclosure, I'm going to say disclosure a lot, sorry. I mean a disclosure that informs a decision maker that the speaker does not disclose its donors. Some of our studies inform survey respondents that an advertisement they saw was funded by anonymous sources or that a candidate has support from so-called dark money groups. Respondents react negatively to that information. This matters for a potential second best or negotiated option for amicus and confirmation financing disclosure, which would be to disclose the fact of the dark money support, if not the donors themselves. Disclosing the donors themselves is better for everyone involved, but disclosure about disclosure would be better than the current policy, which keeps too much hidden. Second, claims that disclosure chills speech are overblown. We have over 500,000 elected positions in this country. Suppose that each seat has 2 candidates, and each of them has 20 donors. Of course, some candidates run unopposed, some candidates have thousands of donors, but we're going to keep the math simple. On my example, that's 20 million people donating money every cycle. When you add the people who don't donate but allow yard signs, volunteer publicly, and otherwise publicly participate, we quickly get to a very large number of people speaking and associating themselves with political candidates and stances. Yet the number of serious threats based on political activity that any of us hear about in any given decade is vanishingly small. The advocates for political anonymity, who use the risk of harassment as a rationale for their chilling, are not being realistic. What's more, in 2 studies, my co-authors and I have shown that there's no actual chilling effect from the disclosure laws we've studied in the context that we've studied them. Depending on measurement, disclosure may actually thaw speech. Therefore, exemptions from mandatory disclosure should be allowed only rarely and only when there's a likelihood of serious harm, especially when that harm would emanate from the government, as was the case in NAACP v. Alabama. Most parties who oppose disclosure these days are among the most privileged members of our society, and they avail themselves of the shield created by NAACP v. Alabama, fashioning it into a sword to attack our democracy. The solution is a mandatory disclosure regime with very high standards for exemptions from disclosure. Finally, dark money damages political trust. In our research, we know that when respondents learn about dark money, their trust and credibility evaluations decrease. They rate the candidate or advertisement they see as less trustworthy or less credible. Our courts, lacking both the sword and the purse, must protect their democratic legitimacy to continue to receive the public's compliance. Improve transparency around the money spent in judicial confirmation battles and in amicus briefs is one step towards shoring up our judiciary's democratic legitimacy. Thank you for your time. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you very much. This has been a very good panel. I appreciate everybody's testimony. Let me begin with my own questioning, and then the order as we have it is Senator Kennedy, Senator Durbin, Senator Graham if he returns, and Senator Blumenthal. Mr. Payne, you have studied ethics reporting and disclosure in the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. What would you identify for this committee as the worst discrepancies where the judicial branch does not meet the standards that are currently imposed for legislative and executive branches?
The Supreme Court lacks disclosure with travel that's privately sponsored when you compare that with the legislative branch. Supreme Court lacks disclosure with recusal requirements and compliance with the recusal rule, which you have in the executive branch. And the Supreme Court lacks disclosure with the code of conduct or the ethical standards that are applied to the justices and their staff, and which is in contrast with what is available in the executive and legislative branches.
Just to put a practical example on this, if a big donor or a big political
Turning to home, Secretary Austin, in January, I and many of my colleagues sent you a letter regarding DOD oversight of privatized housing after Balfour Beatty communities pled guilty to defrauding the government. The department's response provided few meaningful answers on how oversight is actually going to improve, and that really needs to change. And on top of that, as you probably know, just a few days ago, the Senate Permanent Subcommittee on Investigations released a report showing that after the period covered by the DOJ investigation, Balfour Beatty continued to fail to remediate mold, failed to make critical repairs, and falsified information in the database DOD uses to calculate their incentive fee. That is really outrageous and really completely unacceptable. In my home state of Washington, Balfour Beatty continues to obstruct building sufficient housing at Fairchild, and along with the shortage of housing in the community where BAH fails to keep up with rent prices, that means that military families are left without housing. Some have been stuck living in out of RVs for months now. And at Joint Base Lewis McChord, dozens of families have sued Lincoln Military Housing over really deplorable living conditions. Our service members should have access to the best, or at least decent housing, not the worst. Now, we all want to fix this as soon as possible. This budget requests almost $168 million for military housing privatization support. That is $45 million more than last year. Can you tell me, first, what are military families getting out of this funding increase? And secondly, what is your assessment of the private housing companies' compliance since the plea agreement? And will you hold them accountable for such horrendous abusive conduct?
To your last question first, yes, I will hold them accountable, and I expect the service secretaries to hold them accountable as well. And, you know, the health and welfare of our troops, our families is very, very important to us. And, you know, we put a great deal of emphasis on this, but, you know, obviously this is something that we can never take our eyes off of, and we're not there yet. And we put more resources into the budget so we can provide more and higher quality housing. But we're going to have to hold the contractors accountable, and we intend to do that. I intend to do that. So,
what are the military families getting out of the funding increase that's being requested?
It'll be, of course, it's spread out over a number of different projects, but it'll be more and better housing, so higher quality housing.
Okay. Well, we've been told this for a long time, and we're still seeing these deplorable conditions in the ongoing really substandard housing and the challenges that our families are having. So this needs a lot of work and oversight, and we have got to stay up on top of it. I want to know that you're going to be doing that.
I will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Moran.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for your service to our nation. In your written testimony, you both mentioned that our adversaries are rapidly developing hypersonic missiles. As hypersonics become more commonplace, it seems we can't rely upon nuclear deterrence alone to prevent hypersonic attacks. Once hypersonic interceptors are developed, how do we plan on deploying these defensive capabilities around the globe to make certain that our deployed troops are sufficiently protected from attack? And what shifts do you expect to see in missile and interceptor investment in future years, the U.S. company as U.S. Competes with China?
Well, hypersonics is important to us, and in this budget, I think you've seen, Senator, that we're investing some $7.2 billion in long-range fires. $4.7 billion of that is focused on hypersonics. And so we continue to develop capability for ourselves, but what's important is that we need to consider the mix, the range of capabilities, the mix of capabilities that we're gonna bring on board to support our warfighting concepts. So hypersonics is an important capability, but there are other things that add to this equation as well. In terms of defending ourselves, this is a priority for me. And as soon as we came on board, I tasked my staff to make sure that we pull the right elements together to make sure that we were pressing forward rapidly to increase our efforts in developing our defenses against the hypersonic threat. You've seen us engage industry on this issue, and we'll continue to press. But we've made some progress, but we have a ways to go yet.
What concerns do you have about the hypersonics weapons workforce? What do we need to do to be training and preparing ourselves? What kind of investment in our workforce is necessary?
In our
private sector workforce.
Well, certainly, we've engaged we've engaged industry and asked them to pick up the pace. And in terms of what they need specifically in their workforce elements, that's something that we haven't discussed. But again, I think the issue to this point has been, we've not pushed to the degree that we can push, and we've not invested to the degree that we can invest. And so we invested in this last year, we invested in it this year, and we're going to continue to press.
Thank you. Let me shift natures of my question. I had the opportunity to review and sit down with staff from the Inspector General's office to discuss their November 21 report evaluating the department's implementation of suicide prevention resources for transitioning members. We know from our work on the Veterans Committee that the most vulnerable time for many members of our military is they are leaving active duty and becoming veterans. That Inspector General's report demonstrates a lack of compliance with Executive Order 13822 regarding mental health screenings and the warm handoff to mental health care for transitioning service members. It continues to be troubling to me that this does not seem to receive the attention that it deserves within our military community. Can you share with me, either one of you, what progress the department is making in implementing the Inspector General's recommendations from that November 21 report?
What I can tell you, Senator, is that, and you've heard me say this a number of times, that this is important to me. This is important to our department. And this is why we've invested in suicide prevention, in mental health, in a major way this year. We've invested in it last year as well. But this year, we're investing $1.4 billion in mental health efforts. We continue to liaise and engage with our counterparts in the VA to ensure that we can close, as much as possible, close the gap as troops transition from from active duty to leaving the service or going in any direction. So I've also stood up an independent review committee to address this issue and give us further insights in mental health issues and also prevention of suicide. And so we're investing in this in a major way.
I intended to pursue this further in NDAA, and I look forward to your cooperation as we figure out what language instructions might be valuable to the department to see that gap that you just described is closed. Thank you.
Before I get to Senator Durbin, I just want to add to Senator Moran's question on the transition. We have work to do, and I know you guys aren't necessarily in the position to deal with pushing people out. You want to keep them in, but it is apparent that this is a pretty massive problem, and it's both active military and VA. So I want to thank Senator Moran for that line of questioning. Senator Durbin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for being here, General Milley, as well as Secretary Austin. Thank you for what you're doing today and your years of service to our country. And so those of us who've been in the business of military politics over a period of time are considered to be wise forecasters of what's going to happen. And sometimes we are, and sometimes we aren't. I can recall the early briefing on what we might expect in Ukraine when the Russian troops were all poised at the border. And if I remember it correctly, the prediction was that the city of Kyiv would fall in a matter of days, and that major parts of Ukraine would fall to the Russians as well. Then they would find that the maintenance of order in quote conquered territory would be extremely difficult, and they would face a resistance for a long period of time. I remember that prediction as we all watched reality unfold. Kyiv today, thank goodness, is still not in the hands of the Russians. Those under attack, I'm sure. And most of Ukraine has not been conquered by Russia, thank goodness. And they are apparently having a difficult time hanging on to what they currently have and are fighting to extend their reach every day. And I just wonder, we can assess it in many different ways, but certainly the courage and resilience of the Ukrainian people, first and foremost, is the reason for what we see, at least I think so. And I wonder what we've learned about Russia's military strength and what we anticipated they would deliver in the field and what they actually delivered. And I know it's been asked earlier by Senator Baldwin, but a declaration of war, what would that mean in terms of Putin's capabilities in extending his military reach in Ukraine? Secretary Austin.
Yeah, with your permission, I'll I'll answer first, and if you want the chairman to respond as well, sir, certainly we'd offer that. We have learned a lot about Russia's leadership at the lower levels, which I think has been very, very key in this in their efforts here. They have modern equipment. They have lots of it. They have a doctrine that really wasn't followed, and so as we saw things unfold on the ground, we saw them not able to support themselves logistically. We saw them make some bad assumptions at the very beginning of this. We saw them fail to integrate aerial fires with their ground maneuver, and just a number of missteps. And I attribute a lot of that to lack of leadership at the lower level. And we saw Russia push its senior officers forward as a result of that, and many of those were killed from being forward on the battlefield. We'll see some of the same mistakes, some of the same weaknesses as they prosecute the fight in the Donbass and in the southern part of the country. But they will learn from the lessons learn from what they did in the early stages of this fight. And we'll see them improve their logistical efforts, and we'll see them improve their massing of fires and that sort of business. But some things they won't be able to correct. So we've learned a lot about their leadership at the lower levels and their level of training.
I'd like General Milley to respond, but there was a suggestion that if declaration of war took place, something would happen automatically under Russian law of a conscription. And that suggests to me, as a civilian, that a lot of untrained men in this circumstance might be called into training and exercises that they aren't prepared for, they haven't been conditioned for. That doesn't seem like it would be an immediate boost to their effort.
That's exactly right, Senator. He would be able to mobilize more people, but to adequately train those people to be more effective than what we've seen on the battlefield thus far, that's questionable.
General Milley, if you'd respond to that question that I've asked earlier, and if you'd also add to your comments, since I'm running out of time, I have a particular concern about Poland and the Baltics, and they worry every step of the way of extension of Russian aggression into their region. I hope you'll address that in your comments.
Just very, very briefly, Senator, declaration of war does have some implications inside Russian society legally. As the Secretary said, it would allow them to mobilize additional forces, but again, training, et cetera, how long it would take for them to get to the front. In terms of the lessons learned, leadership is clearly the key, from Zelensky on down to the lowest private. And as Napoleon taught us a long time ago, moral is to the physical as 3 is to 1. So they are capable. That is probably the most important difference right now between the Russians and the Ukrainians, is the leadership throughout the levels. In addition to that, it's what the Western nations, NATO and particularly the United States, taught their leaders since 2014 about mission command. The Ukrainians are practicing a decentralized, intent-based set of tactics. The Russians are practicing a top-down, very, very top-heavy, directive in nature sort of set of orders coming from the top, which is not necessarily the best thing to do in a dynamic battlefield. The second thing is the effective use of anti-tank weapons has been phenomenal on the part of the Ukrainians. Third is the denial of the airspace, air supremacy, and air superiority to the Russians by the Ukrainians, and the effective use of ground air defense systems. Terrain has played to the Ukrainian favor. Intelligence is really important. The Ukrainians have a built-in intelligence system, being the people. So the Russians have walked into an area that is clearly unwelcome to them, and the people have provided a massive amount of intelligence. Plus, we have opened up the pipes, which I'm not going to go into detail here in an open hearing, but there's a significant amount of intelligence flowing to Ukraine from the United States. All of that in combination and many, many more are some of the early lessons learned that have made the difference as what you've seen. In terms of predictions, those were early assessments, and war is a dynamic interaction between competing wills. So between those predictions that you heard in early February and January, a lot of things happened on that battlefield in preparation prior to the invasion on the 24th, not the least of which is an intelligence flow from the United States. And that made a significant difference in outcomes.
Poland and the Baltics.
And Poland and the Balkans. So Poland is
Baltics.
Yeah, Poland is clearly, these are all NATO Article 5 allies. As you know, the United States, under the direction of the President, Secretary of Defense, we went ahead and directed U.S. troops. So right now you have U.S. troops in Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, Hungary, the entire belt has U.S. troops in there. And that was done immediately in order to reinforce the NATO Article 5 deterrence posture of the United States, and to assure our allies that they're not going to be left alone. So that is a critical component. As the President has said many, many times, as members of Congress have said many, many times, Article 5 matters. It's a Senate-ratified treaty, and the United States will not give up. Will protect every inch of NATO territory.
Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you both for coming. General Austin, this budget request, is it a 4% increase?
Yes, from last year's.
Okay. What's the inflation rate?
Current inflation rate is well above that.
Okay. So this budget doesn't keep up with inflation, number one. Percentage of GDP spent on defense. What percentage does this budget represent?
I think it's 3.1.
Okay. How many times have we been?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you're just now tuning in, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And I told you guys that this was moving the market, and as you can see, it is. So this is all of this is breaking news. No one knew this was going to happen. Something happened last night. Basically, somebody hacked the politician system. Something got leaked here, and they don't like that it got hacked apparently. And but I mean, it's moving the market up here. Don't get distracted. Keep in mind we got the Fed decision going on tomorrow still. But they moving the market with all of this. Something got hacked stuff on Capitol Hill or whatever. So we're just still they're going over the defense budget here. But the other one, they're talking about accountability ethics here. It's basically, someone in their circle leaked a private page to a meeting that they had, basically, and it's out to the public now, or it's on the dark web or somewhere around the world. Somewhere, somebody knows something. So information is starting to get leaked before they want us to know, us public to know. And that's what they're talking about right now, you guys. So this all just happened overnight, apparently last night. So they're talking about it right now, first thing in the morning. And they're trying to handle the situation. And some of them are just testifying. Some of them are just giving their opinions, and they're just talking on it and trying to figure out what possibly can they do to fix the situation is what's really going on. But the Dow is down 10%. The S&P 500 is up 87%. The NASDAQ is up 48%. The Russell 2000 is up 39%. The volatility is down today. The VIX is down about 6%, $30.41. But that don't mean that can just change in an instant here. The market has been going back and forth here. Amazon still battling with union battles across the country, across the nation, across the state. So, yeah, man, it's real. It's real. But yeah, the market is just definitely flipping back and forth here. It's slightly mixed up here right now. The Dow is red, but the other two sectors are green. So, got a kangaroo market, you guys. A lot of investors, a lot of smart money still on the sidelines, just taking heat of all of this. We do got the European market closing in about 7 minutes. Then the people you see here talking are about to take over the market, or their people that work for them are about to take over the market here. So United States is about to take over the market here, you guys. The European market closed at 11:30 a.m. and the United States is going to take over. So today the real question is, are they going to keep buying like this, or are they going to sell us back into the channel here? Down here on the SPY, maybe 416, 415, 414, or is that done? Or are these levels done? And that's the bottom. That's what it's signaling right now. It's signaling right now that this is the bottom. The bottom was yesterday as of now. So, yeah, keep that in mind now. These things move quick here. So, you guys, you got to stay updated here. Some of you guys are get a little delayed because you take a day off. Well, I'm letting you know here, the market is changing right now. We're going bullish here. So far, the bottom on the SPY is 405.2 cents. Haven't seen that at all today. Don't mean it can't come back by the Fed decision by the end of the week, but just letting you guys know the direction is going up here so far. So it's doing good here. The bulls are in full control at this moment. Still in the bear market, obviously, because of the numbers. But the momentum, you guys, is bullish. So keep that in mind right now. It's slight bullish. Don't think it can't get a major bullish. That is slight bullish right now. So the SPY's on the high right now, 418.55. Hope some of you guys caught those 418 calls I sent out earlier this week. If not, just missed out on the bag because it touched 405. You could have loaded those 418 calls then. But to each his own. But anyway, the SPY is on the move here. The European market is closing in 5 minutes. We're going to tune back in to these hearings and these testimonies because it's very serious right now and very important here. So we're going to pay attention to the detail, you guys. But it is moving the market upward right now, you guys. So far, the bulls are holding the market up so far from yesterday rally. At the end of the day, rally yesterday. Now, some travel names are hurting here. I see some travel names getting clapped. Booking Holding is down 100, you guys. They're down 125. They got earnings coming up, too. So just take a look around at the overall board, and it'll give you a clear idea on how the market is panning out. Like I said, it really looks like they're coming after some of these big names. It's why I got the market just mixed up. Amazon is just one to signal out and just stall, pinpoint out after them, it just seems like all these other big names are just really catching heat to it. And Book and Holding is being one right now, and they got earnings this week, you guys. I think in a couple days. Let me actually check and tell you the actual date so you won't be misjudged. But yeah, they're down 5%. They're down $125, you guys. They got earnings tomorrow after hours, so they're already moving. Yeah, just keep that in mind, you guys. Amazon did get exposed. They exposed the whole entire market, Amazon. So now it looks like everyone is, some names are starting to catch that heat behind Amazon. And, it's mixed up right now. We're seeing some value stocks hold up the market here today, keeping it green. Ain't nothing wrong with it. Yeah, it's a little rotation here going on. Definitely due to the Fed decision coming up tomorrow, you guys. But let's tune back in here. We got 3 minutes until the European market close. Remember, the United States will be in full control after 11:30 a.m. to the rest of the day, remainder of the day. Now, I think the first 30 minutes may be here today. They might get to it. They haven't been the past couple of days. They've been stalling it. They might even wait 2 or 3 hours later to do what they want to do. The initial move, I've been noticing that they switching things up here a little bit. Amazon workers reject union at second Staten Island warehouse. So Amazon workers rejected the union at second Staten Island warehouse. So that's breaking news right there. But yeah, Amazon is just going through a lot of union battles, you guys. That's why they got clapped so much. Some states, like I said, are rejecting it. Some states are, oh well, no, we're taking it. They want to really, sue Amazon. So Amazon Fulfillment Center salary versus union proposal, $18 an hour. Union proposed $30 an hour, though. See, that's what's going on. Employees want more money. They feel like they're not getting paid enough, and they're putting their life at higher risk. So you're getting a lot of employees are suing Amazon now, and they're all standing up as a union against Amazon. So that's been going on for about a while now, probably about a year, I think now, but it's really getting serious here now. That these times, since they just had their earnings, you see they went down by $400, $500. So a lot of people are taking out because of that union vote thing. And I think the stock split is coming up too. Amazon's share price will not be what you see right now and a month from now. So like June 3rd, they got to reset their share price. You won't see 2,500 anymore ever. You won't even see 3,000 at this point ever. You won't see that ever. It's gone. It's history. 3,500, all that's history, you guys. It'll never go back that high. I'm going to say never because, like I said, I know for a fact they're splitting their stock here by June 3rd. So unless they're going to run their stock at $500 to $700, $800 by June 3rd, it'll never see that again, you guys. So just keep that in mind. That's Amazon. And like I said, the European market is about to close here in about 30 seconds, and the United States is in full control. So like I said, they might make a move the first 30 minutes. You'll get the confirmed direction here. Right now it's up, and they're buying up here right now. But this can change here. The European market is closed. It's 11:30 a.m. The United States can't sell off from here, basically. Or they can just keep buying like the Euro market has today. So let's see what's going to happen next, and let's tune back in.
Record of these proceedings, the letter put out today, I should say the statement put out today by Chief Justice Roberts regarding the publication of a copy of a draft opinion. And to Senator Kennedy's point about investigation, it concludes with the following sentence: I have directed the marshal of the court to launch an investigation into the source of the leak. And then I would also read into the record the following quotation, which actually relates to the case at issue, the abortion cases before the court now. The following statement that Laura Ingraham made on Fox News before a vast audience. She said, "We have 6 Republican appointees on this court. After all the money that has been raised, the Federalist Society, all these big fat cat dinners, I'm sorry, I'll replace her word, irritated about this. If this court with 6 justices cannot do the right thing here, then I think it's time to do what Robert Bork said we should do, which is to circumscribe the jurisdiction of this court. And if they want to blow it up, then that's the way to change things finally." So just adding that to the litany that Senator Cruz described. Mayor Arona.
Mr. Chairman, while we're adding things to the record, those tweets that Senator Cruz just mentioned, could we,
Without objection.
could we add those to the record as well?
Great.
Not blowing up the court? Okay.
Senator Arona.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, apparently, Chief Justice Roberts is going to get to the bottom of the leak, which is being characterized as the stunning thing that's happening. Well, you know what? I should think that we should be so much more stunned by the fact that the radical right-wing justices on the Supreme Court are prepared to eliminate a constitutional right that the women of this country have relied on for almost 50 years. That is the stunning thing, and what the aftermath of that kind of a ruling is going to be for women and their families all across our country. That is a stunning thing that the Supreme Court, radical Supreme Court justices are doing. And then I ask, what's next, Mr. Chairman? Because we know that Justices Thomas and Alito have already signaled their desire to revisit Obergefell, which is the Marriage Equality Act. As far as I'm concerned, anybody in this country who cares about our civil rights and indeed our constitutional rights should be very, very concerned about what this court is prepared to do, at least the radical right justices of this court. Regarding this hearing, Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Professor Frost. The Supreme Court has existed for more than 20 years without an official code of conduct. However, in recent years, there seems to be an increasing need for such a code. Is there any reason why the Supreme Court should be excluded from a code of conduct?
No, I think not. And I think they needlessly damage their own reputation by being the only 9 justices out of the entire federal judiciary who are not subject to a code of conduct. At times, they say they follow the code of conduct for lower federal court justices, but I think we all know that it's one thing to say, well, I might follow a law I don't think applies to me, or I know doesn't apply to me, versus there is now a code that applies to them. So, for example, if the speed limit on the road said, maybe we'd like it if you drove 60 miles an hour, but you don't have to, the chances are you'd speed in a way that you wouldn't if you knew the law applied to you. And so for that reason, the Supreme Court should do what it has occasionally said it wants to do, which is create its own code of conduct and then follow it.
Is there anything that prevents Congress from requiring the Supreme Court to establish or adopt a code of conduct?
Not at all. This Congress has the authority under the Constitution to require the Supreme Court to have a code of conduct and follow it. And that is consistent with decades, indeed centuries of legislation by Congress regulating the judicial ethics of all Article III judges. To be clear, of course, Congress has no authority to interfere with the decisional independence of the court, and that is not what we're talking about. We're talking about ethics codes, and that is squarely within Congress's authority.
We've been hearing a lot about, on the full committee as well as on this committee, the influence of dark money on the selection of judges, particularly the amounts of money spent by the Federalist Society and their ilk. So I would recommend to all of our Republican colleagues that they vote for the Disclose Act, which will require disclosure of dark money donors. That is a clear indication of whether or not that the Republicans and their continuous concern, so-called concern about dark money influence, they can put their votes where their mouths are. For Mr. Payne, here in the Senate, we are bound by strict ethics rules, and it seems like the judicial branch is not subject, not it seems, it is. The judicial branch is not subject to such rigorous rules when it comes to the disclosure of gifts, travel, and income. Can you explain the major differences between the gifts and hospitality that can be accepted and must be disclosed by a member of Congress in contrast with what can be accepted and must be disclosed by Supreme Court justices?
Yes. So in Congress, the members can accept travel from privately sponsored, from private entities, but that travel has to be disclosed and it requires pre-approval. But with the court, they can accept this travel. There's no pre-approval, and the disclosure only happens at the end of the year, and that leaves the public in the dark with determining whether there are any potential conflicts of interest. And also, the personal hospitality exception is interpreted with the Supreme Court very broadly, as opposed to with the members of Congress.
So basically, without a very clear code of conduct, without a very clear requirements for recusal, without the requirement for disclosing of gifts and travel, etc., basically the Supreme Court is unto itself and it can do whatever it wants in this area. Isn't that right?
There is no check on their
Hendrick,
ethical
and Hendrick
decisions
got
and no decisions to show that they are incorrect.
And as the Supreme Court continues to be faced with decisions that will impact all of our lives, i.e., overturning Roe v. Wade, I think it is stunning that they do not have a code of conduct and ethics provisions that applies to them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Hirono. And for the record, Senator Hirono referenced the amount of money that has been spent in this effort to insert judges of a specific point of view onto the court. And Center for Media and Democracy has now pegged that number at $580 million. This was no small operation to capture the court. Senator Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the way we captured the court is that we won elections and we picked people consistent with the philosophy we ran on. And our friends on the left are spending money, trying to shape the court. And at the end of the day, we all have to make a decision as a member of the Senate what's best for the country and the court. Our views will be different, but let's see if we can find some common ground here. How many of you support the idea that a justice of the Supreme Court should be more like Congress in terms of reporting trips, have limitations on what you can take from the private sector? Raise your hand. If you oppose that, raise your hand. Why would you oppose that? Jennifer?
Well, I just don't, I think your question was posed like members of Congress, and so I think just the court is not a political institution, and so doesn't.
It's a public institution.
It is a public institution. I think that the current rules that are in place have been operating adequately for the justices report their travel rules already and gifts that they receive, and are doing their best, I think, across the board to try to apply the rule of law
I'm not
fairly.
casting dispersions on the court, but nobody can send me to Europe for a month, pay my bills, and have me teach a course.
Well, I think the rules that are in place currently have been operating to require the justices to report many of
Well,
those
it's
things.
one thing to report it, it's another thing, is that Mr. Dupree, is that a good thing? To have a private group be able to send a justice to the Supreme Court for 2 months in Europe?
Well,
I
guess a few thoughts, Senator. I guess the first thing is, I think it's a good thing when justices are invited to give speeches, to teach law school courses. I think that
we're invited to give speeches, but nobody can put me up for 2 months in Italy.
So I'm answering the portion of your question, is it a good thing that Supreme Court justices and other judges go out, share their views before audiences, some public, some private, some academic? As a general matter, yes, I think it is a good thing.
But as to my specific example of a private organization basically paying for weeks abroad.
Well, I guess I don't have a problem with the current system. My view, to Professor Mascott's point, is I think our...
Well, I do. Okay, that's fair enough. And that's why you're here. I have a serious problem with the current system.
I think that our justices are, without exception, persons of high integrity.
I'm not saying they're not. I feel that way about my colleagues, but because it's a public confidence thing, I think there is bipartisan support, Mr. Chairman, to rein in sort of how the court operates to make it more transparent to the public. But this bill goes well beyond that. So I share your concerns about where this bill is headed. I make this point that there is bipartisan support for controlling sort of the interaction of the court and the private sector to make it more transparent, to make sure that there's no appearance of impropriety, and count me in for that. And very briefly here, what happened to the court, how many of you believe that leaking the draft opinion was bad for the court? Okay, we all agree. And the reason it's bad for the court is going to be hard in the future to trust each other, to form consensus, to share ideas, to build consensus and to get votes for a particular position. So I think this is a giant step back for the rule of law. How many of you believe that Justice Roberts should be in charge in the investigation? Yeah, me too, right? There's some effort by folks to basically reach out and take over the investigation. Let's let it happen in-house and we'll see what he finds, and as a nation we'll figure out what to do. So this is a bad day for the rule of law, and I don't know who did it. Your motives, I don't care what your motives were, you did a lot of damage to our country, and I don't know if we can repair this, but we'll try. So my hope is that this effort to regulate the court and make it more transparent and control interactions with the private sector will prevail. I hope the effort to expand the court because you don't like its makeup will fail. Hope the effort to change life tenure will fail. Hope the effort to abolish the Electoral College will fail. And all these attacks on the institutions to get outcomes will fail. As to Roe v. Wade, always thought it was a constitutional overreach. If the draft opinion holds, then each state will decide how to regulate abortion. Thank you for having this hearing, Mr. Chairman. In this bill, there is a pony.
You have long been a supporter of that pony, Senator Graham, and I appreciate it very much, and I look forward to continuing to work with you to accomplish those goals. I couldn't agree with you more that this interaction between justices and private sector special interests is an area that merits much, much effort. And to the point of this being a bad day for the court, I'm no fan of the leak, but I think the bad day for the court was primarily its apparent destruction unilaterally of a 50-year-old precedent on which Americans have come to rely, largely because they were picked to do just that. So that's, to me, the real tragedy here. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's important to remember the unique role that our court system and the Supreme Court of the United States in particular plays within our constitutional framework. The Supreme Court is there not to decide matters of public policy according to public will. It is there to exercise judgment, to interpret provisions of federal law, whether part of a statute or the Constitution, when multiple parties properly before the jurisdiction of the courts disagree as to the meaning of the provision in question. It's why we give them lifetime tenure. It's why the Supreme Court and the other federal judges within our system operate with life tenure, subject only to impeachment and removal. It's because we don't want their decisions to be influenced by political agendas. That's the whole reason they're there. There have been times in our history when tragically we've veered from this vision, and when the courts have been used, I would say abused, in order to pursue a particular political outcome. It doesn't always take the same political direction. It doesn't always favor one side or the other. I can point to an instance, for example, in 1905, when the Supreme Court of the United States engaged in what I would regard as political maneuvering, invalidating a law duly enacted by the state legislature of New York to undo legislation prescribing minimum wage measures and maximum hour provisions on workers at bakeries. The Supreme Court concluded, in essence, this is important. It's important that individuals have the ability to contract with their employer. It's so important, in fact, that it must be in the Constitution. We deem it to be so. The name of the case was Lochner versus New York. It remained intact for 32 years. It was, in my view, some disagree with me, but it was, in my view, an act of judicial aggression into the political realm. The fact that it was 32 years old by the time the Supreme Court issued a ruling 32 years later in a case called West Coast Hotel versus Parrish didn't make it impervious to review and reexamination. To the contrary, it was high time that the court revisit that. So I don't understand why on this committee or in this body we should ever be talking about praise for a court that would engage in political manipulation. Now, some who are frustrated by their own attempts to use the court as a legislative superbody, something to put in place policies they favor but have been unable to achieve through the political process, through winning elections. Having secured certain victories in court, then become incensed when the court no longer goes along with them. There were those who were furious in 1937 when the Supreme Court recognized the mistake it had made in 1905. In response to that, some might have tried to delegitimize the court. The court was certainly undergoing a lot of efforts to delegitimize it at the time. It was the same year that Franklin D. Roosevelt threatened to pack the Supreme Court. And although his threat ultimately failed as a legislative matter, it left an unfortunate, indelible mark. Those who are trying to undermine the court are doing grave harm one way or another. This unprecedented treatment of Republican-nominated justices on the Supreme Court, things that include but are not limited to the high-tech lynching of Clarence Thomas when he was before the Judiciary Committee more than 3 decades ago. There are other more recent examples, including Senator Schumer's very public attempt to threaten and intimidate the court in front of the Supreme Court building during oral arguments in the Louisiana abortion case known as June Medical. These and other moves to delegitimize the court are concerning. It also concerns me that this hearing may be more of the same, an effort to delegitimize the court, designed primarily to wage war against conservative justices and against the man that then Chairman Joe Biden failed to destroy in his attempted high-tech lynching of Clarence Thomas 30 years ago. So if today's Democrats can't control Justice Thomas, if their consistent and unrelenting efforts to caricature him have done nothing to intimidate him, then they want to do everything they can to delegitimize him. It worries me greatly that this leak occurred yesterday. This leak, we don't know exactly who did it, but we know that it might easily have been done. One could easily surmise that it could have been done by someone who was upset at the contents of the opinion of the court with Justice Alito's name on it. To the extent this was an effort to threaten, intimidate, and harass those justices inclined to support that opinion, it's disgraceful. It's disgraceful either way. And to suggest that the true injury here is somehow that inflicted by that opinion gets it completely 180 degrees backward. In 1973, the Supreme Court of the United States deviated into an area outside of its jurisdiction, outside of the realm of the Constitution, adopting a policy aim motivated by a political agenda that is nowhere in the Constitution. Those justices, starting with my former boss, Justice Alito, who authored that opinion, and those inclined to join it, should be praised, not condemned and ridiculed. Now, I understand not everyone on this committee is going to agree with my assessment on that, but we should agree with the need to protect and defend the legitimacy of the court, even when we disagree with it, not attack it. And that's what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lee. We have Senator Hawley here now. So, Senator Hawley, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What a timely hearing. Professor Mascott, am I correct in thinking that you were a Supreme Court clerk?
Yes, for Justice Thomas.
Have you ever heard of a decision, a full draft opinion being leaked months before a case was to be decided? Did that happen while you were on the court?
It did not happen while I was a law clerk there, and it's really unprecedented in its breadth and shocking.
You know, it didn't happen when I was there either, when I was working as a law clerk. I've never heard of it happening. I'm not aware of this ever occurring in the history of the Supreme Court, a deliberate leak, along with vote tallies as well, in what is plainly an attempt to influence the deliberations of the court and to change the opinion of the court. Tell us about the effect of this from an Article 3 perspective. What's the effect on the independence and integrity of the judicial branch?
Well, Senator Hawley, I think it seems clear from the that the leakers' hope is that this will intimidate and it will undermine legitimacy of the court and make it seem like it's not operating smoothly, where the court, I think, has been operating actually with quite a lot of collegiality. The justices are trying to apply the rule of law, and I trust that they will be able to overcome this and issue the correct constitutional decision in this case.
Mr. Dupree, same question for you. I mean, Article 3 independence and integrity is very important. It is increasingly under assault. We saw this before, back during the first Obamacare case. We saw a concerted effort in the press beginning at about this time of the year to pressure the court into a particular outcome. But this is a radical escalation. I mean, a radical breach of the court's confidentiality, a radical breach of the court's procedures, something that really strikes at the independence of the court itself. Tell us about your view on this. I mean, what's the damage that is being done to the court here?
I think it's a devastating action, what happened last night. And as you know, the Supreme Court, in order to fulfill its Article 3 authority, needs to deliberate in private. There needs to be an opportunity, a forum for a candid exchange of views, for the exchange of draft opinions as the justices work through these thorny constitutional questions. And when you have something like what happened here, which by all appearances appears to be a deliberate and calculated political act done for the purpose of influencing the outcome of the course, changing the course of the court's deliberations, it violates the sanctity of the fundamental core Article 3 role that the Supreme Court plays in our democracy. It's outrageous.
It truly is outrageous. Now, what about all of these liberal dark money groups that are piling on today and gleefully celebrating this, calling this leaker a champion of democracy, saying that this is celebrating it? I mean, saying that this is just wonderful. I mean, isn't the attempt here, isn't this a calculated attempt to try and undermine the integrity of the court?
Or you have people who are unhappy with the outcome. And in reaction to that thinking, they don't like what the Supreme Court appears poised to do. They basically want to tear the institution down. They want to dynamite the Supreme Court. They want to blow up the House. It's shocking and outrageous to me that people would treat an institution that, from many perspectives around the world, is one of the crown jewels of our constitutional government, is the United States Supreme Court, and that someone would do something like this, a direct attack on the integrity of the court in order to achieve their preferred political outcome, to me is abominable.
And presumably from inside the court. I mean, something I notice about this leak is this person knew the vote count. This person knew, they didn't just grab an opinion that was circulating around. This person knew what the vote was. They knew what it was on the day it was cast. They knew the status of the vote right now. I mean, if this isn't an attempt to change votes and to try to alter that outcome, I don't know what the good of it is. If the person who leaked this is a member of the bar, what are the consequences there? Mr. Dupree, you first.
Well, at a minimum, I could see bar associations stripping that individual of their license to practice law. Beyond that, I think there are just professional canons of responsibility that would govern law clerks or people acting in a legal capacity. And of course, there's also the possibility of criminal jeopardy. I think we need to know a lot more about what happened here, but at a minimum, there would be very, very severe sanctions on whoever was responsible for this action.
Professor Mascott, do you have anything to add to that?
I agree with what Mr. Dupree said. I mean, as you know, as a former law clerk, the code of confidentiality and integrity there was of utmost importance. It's shocking that it was violated, and obviously the individual who leaked it would not be able to be a trusted member of the bar.
Yeah, I would think at a minimum we'd be looking at disbarment here. This is something I've never seen before. I'm not aware of it happening ever in Supreme Court history. And it is a grave assault on the institutional integrity of the court. And I certainly hope that nobody else saw the opinion before it was published. I mean, I hope that this opinion was not distributed, and I hope that the attacks that we're seeing are not coordinated, because that would be very, very serious indeed. And I certainly hope no members of this body saw the opinion before it was published and have coordinated in any way with what may well be a criminal act. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Senator Hawley. Let me just reference again the statement made by Ms. Ingram to an enormous audience on Fox News regarding this particular question before the court. I'm quoting her here. "I think it's time to do what Robert Bork said we should do, which is to circumscribe the jurisdiction of this court. And if they want to blow it up, then that's the way to change things finally." It is funny how the expressions of dismay about efforts to influence the court managed to overlook that effort, which probably had the biggest audience than any. I think that the premise for this hearing, which I think has been very helpful and instructive, has been exactly what Senator Lee just said. We don't want a court that is influenced by political influence operations. I think we have very different views on whether that court is already there. Clearly, the court is a great place for people who want to capture an institution to get their way because it defeats democratic principles. If you're stuck pushing policies that the public hates and that Congress won't pass, then controlling the court and pushing those policies through in a way that defeats democratic correction is a wonderful, wonderful thing. And the backdrop to all of this is some recent history, which is that the recent nominees to the court were selected by and through a private organization, which is pretty darned unprecedented in the history of this court, if we're talking about what's been unprecedented. And they were selected by and through a private organization that at the time that it controlled the turnstile to the court was receiving very significant anonymous contributions. I think if we were to send a delegation to another country which had a judicial selection process that put this judicial selection in the hand of a private organization funded by interests that don't even have to disclose themselves to the organization, with no transparency about how the judges were selected, we'd be very solemnly instructing that country that that was a terrible way to appoint justices. And yet that's exactly what we have been up to in this country. And once the judges are selected, another operation goes into effect to campaign for them, spending tens of millions of dollars, receiving checks as big as $15 million from people who hide their identities when they write the checks. If you add that to the list of concerns in that foreign country that you might send a delegation to, that would just make it even worse. And then you add in flotillas of front groups that seem to have no purpose other than to hide who's really behind them, who come in an orchestrated combination to pitch the court, thus selected and thus campaigned for results that they want. And then you look at the win record of those particular organizations. It's not a pretty story. And it's no small thing, because the latest information is that $580 million was spent to perform this. So we're not starting from a clean slate. We're starting with a court whose members have been chosen by special interests secretly, and which in turn has been delivering win after win after win, almost always in partisan, narrow decisions that benefit those very interests. So far from an effort to delegitimize the court, I see this as an effort to re-legitimize the court by bringing it to very reasonable standards, the standards to which the executive and legislative branches already adhere, the standard to which our district and circuit courts already adhere, and to principles that are so long-lasting in our society that they began in Latin. The thing that is peculiar right now about the court is the variation from the norm of the selection, confirmation, and solicitation of justices by enormous, enormous, enormous floods of anonymous money. And I will stand with Judge Selya of the First Circuit, a Rhode Islander, who in a recent decision that now stands, because the Supreme Court declined to review it, described how it's one of the very important attributes of citizenship that citizens be allowed to understand who is doing the talking. Citizens have an important role in our democracy. And if you disable them from the most basic element of knowledge of who is doing the talking so that everything comes to them from behind masks, from behind...
So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. And if you're just now tuning in, we are live. You see the United States did what? Brought it up. Brought it on up. They rebounded top right now. They're in resistance here. They can get rejected, though, right here at these levels. So it's got to bust through now. It showed its true colors. I think it can end at about 422, maybe 425 today, you guys. The way it's really moving. That'll be probably the real true resistance at those levels. Right here, it's a resistance level, but they treat it as support all the time here. So the Bulls got a lot of momentum, you guys. Tried to warn you guys yesterday. Some of you guys, just one animal, and I understand that. But I mean, that one animal will have you missing on profits on both sides here. But we ain't gonna trip here, LCLD. We get money both ways. We do not care which way the market is going. We only care about gaining equity here. That is the point of investing here, you guys. But the spot is going up, and everything else is starting to try to pick back up here. Shopify's on the high today. They're up $16. They got earnings this week though, so just keep that in mind. But Tesla, they're up 12 here at 9:15. So everything is looking okay here. Nvidia's on the high right now at 195. Yeah, man. Chipotle's down today. They're down 15. Airbnb's down 7. They got earnings after the bell. Amazon here is right at that. They're at the middle there. They can be either color right now. They're just neutral. They're going red to green there, Amazon. But other than that, man, the market, Apple's up here. Apple's up about $2 almost. So Apple's on the high here. That's one of your leaders today too. And the SPY's up here, you guys. So yeah, the United States definitely brought up the dip. They didn't sell off here today yet. I'm not seeing one. I don't know if they will even do it. But it can go either way here still at these levels. We are still in the bear market. We do know the numbers here, but we're looking at momentum. We're looking at direction. It's going upward. So that's what we're focused on here. Keep in mind, Fed decisions tomorrow. So they'll be quick to start their little rally now. Don't get it twisted here. So you don't want to be a late buyer. You know what I mean? So just keep it in mind here. But at the same time, like I said, be patient. Just really be patient. Relax. See it from both sides. Try to see it from both sides. And, but like I said, the trend is your friend. Follow the direction. And it's really just, charts and numbers. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Wall Street is starting to take lunch here. Most of Wall Street will be taking lunch at 12:30. LCAOD is taking lunch today at 12:30. But we're gonna keep these these hearings and these testimonies. We'll keep them pulled up as long as they're live. But we will take about an hour lunch here at LCAOD. And we're just going to keep the charts and numbers up, you guys. So as you see, the spot did hit resistance there, I told you. So this level ain't treating it like support yet. It don't have to either, because at the same time, this is where they've been getting rejected the past 5 to 10 days maybe. So, this is one of the levels. So we do already know with LCOD, not to get overly bullish here, not to really get overly bearish here either. They're just not doing anything for you to do that. So It's a long game right now. The mind is your strongest weapon, you guys. You want to be thinking long term here. Think about it. With more time, that defeats inflation. That's the only thing. Long term, you guys. So that's just what you want to have. Start one, whether it's to the up or downside. I mean, pick a play, do something, but make sure it's long term. You got some time, and it can land in your favor here. Long term, I'm talking 3 to 6 months out. I'm not talking 2 to 3 weeks out. I mean, that's a little short midterm there. But you know, things can happen in this market with volatility being up this high. Things can happen that fast. So as you see, the SPY is coming back down here. We're in the channel that fast here. So stock's starting to slip up here that quickly. The VIX is still high. Things switching up here. Amazon's down to 20 now. So momentum is starting to switch here. SPY is coming back down. Yeah, you guys, like I said, the United States, they brought the dip so far. They brought it up. But they are still in the range. We're just in a credit spread, you guys. They're making you have patience. The Fed decision is coming out here. So, you know, they're not going to show too much. Obviously, when you got stuff getting hacked, they say, yeah, stuff has been getting hacked, though. Yeah, they got some type of leak. That's what all these briefings are even about here today. But yeah, it looks like they're all done. Yeah, they're all done. So now they're just what they're doing now. The Senate lawmakers, they're addressing Roe v. Wade. So they're addressing that situation, and you know, they all got called to Wall Street. They all got called to the Capitol. You know. We gotta figure something out. You can't have somebody in your circle leaking information to the public, before they want the public to even know, possibly. But yeah, 416 SPY is selling off. That's a big red candle right there. We almost back at VWAP off this one. So the SPY basically just sold off about $2 here. We're going into lunch. So they are selling now. Selling pressure is definitely on here. It's coming in really heavy right now, actually. Yeah, the triple Qs just dropped here too below VWAP. SPY is touching VWAP now. So yeah, something just happened here. Amazon is definitely dumping right now. It might just be that lunchtime, you guys. It's lunchtime. They don't want to be a part of this. And it's a lot this is bad news, and this really just happened overnight. So you know, this don't look too good so far. But they say bad news is good news in this market. Good news is bad news. But this case really serious right here. This is really bad. So the SPY just really showed that was a huge candle there. I mean, that just kind of lost all the gains, wiped out all the gains since 11 a.m. right there. We're back at those levels. So we just went back in time here about an hour. Some stocks are lower than they were an hour ago. Amazon being one of them. This is the low of the day on Amazon. So yeah, they're starting to get clapped over there again. But yeah, that's what I'm seeing here. Airbnb sliding here. The market is starting to slide though. So it looks like things are getting priced in. Tesla's coming back down here too, you guys. Amazon's really sliding though, you guys. That's a big sell candle right there. You want to see what they're going to do here out this bounce, or if it does bounce. So yeah, they're selling here, you guys. Selling pressure's on. Like I said, Wall Street's about to go to lunch anyway, so it's probably what it is. And then I noticed too, everything has ended. All the briefings ended. So this is just what. Hold on, let me see. This is live. Yeah, everything's over. So as soon as everything ended, the market just kind of just fell straight down here. So it makes sense here. It makes sense. So. Headlines looking bad. Let's see what color the futures are here. We're getting mixed up here. The Nasdaq's down 9% now. The S&P 500 is only up about 45% here. And you got the Dow Jones up only 28%. NASDAQ down 10, Russell 2000 up 88%. The VIX is still down 4.11%. So volatility can work both ways here, you guys. But $31.01 is still pretty high on the VIX. But they're only down 4%. 4% right now. So Supreme Court says leaked abortion draft is authentic. Roberts orders investigation into leak. So that's the headlines here. Dow climbs 200 points in choppy trading as investors look toward Fed decision tomorrow, you guys. Fed decision is what this is. All this right now is going to boil down to. There's a big move coming soon, you guys. Have some patience. Believe me, you're going to want it. You're going to want your buying power too. You're going to want to stay neutral. So when that you see it, you can load it. You know it. You ride a rodeo. I'm telling you. Fit in where you get in. Hush your mouth. That's how it always usually happens. So yeah, it's coming, you guys. Soon. That move is coming. It looks like I said, it's choppy right now. But for the most part, stocks are holding their gains from yesterday. We can't say that for the most part. But it's choppy. It's a choppy session, you guys. But yeah, this is the low of the day right here on Amazon. So, but not the low of the day from yesterday, but today. They got some more room to go if they want to keep doing that. But it looks like they found support right here. VWAP on the spot, I'm seeing. So a little different action here today. But yeah, you guys, we do got earnings after the bell, so that's gonna be a lot of anticipation there. Let's go over it. Earnings after the bell today, you guys. Let's see, we got AMD, Airbnb, Starbucks, Lyft, Match Group, Caesars Entertainment, Matson. Tomorrow morning, we got Moderna, CVS, Health, Barrett, Regeneron, big health names here tomorrow morning. Health sector is on watch too because everyone said that they're weak and it's time for a pullback, but they're acting strong here today. So we're going to see about the health tomorrow. But today after hours, we got some huge names. Today we already had before the open Pfizer. Not really too major with Pfizer. They're not going to really tell you too much about the overall health sector like they should. It's always usually Moderna or Regeneron. So yeah, BP went, Marathon Oil went, all they already went. Biogen, everybody went already. So now it's up to AMD, Airbnb, Starbucks, Lyft here to see what they can do. Really, Airbnb is going to be very important going into after hours and tomorrow. And I think the most important was going to stick out here. I don't think Starbucks was really going to be important, but it's a good one to play as far as the value of the share price. It offers a dividend. But I really think the best ones here you're going to get is about Airbnb and Moderna. I'm thinking Airbnb and Moderna and Regeneron here. Those are the top three here. That's just for Tuesday and Wednesday. I'm not looking at Thursday and Friday yet. We'll get there tomorrow. But you see there are some good companies coming out Thursday as well. Block, Shopify. So we'll see about that later. But right now we want to focus on Wednesday. And we'll get to the Wednesday after hours tomorrow after Moderna and them go. So, we have time to look at Etsy, Twillo, and all these good names, Uber, Marathon Oil. But like I said, I want to focus right here. AMD. Between AMD, Airbnb, and Moderna and Regeneron, I want to keep my energy here on where I know a possible payment may come. So keep that in mind. It's earnings, so you know how earnings is, you guys. And no, you don't have to. Everybody don't gotta play it, but to each his own. So obviously, if you can afford it, go for it. Obviously, if you're trying to build a long term, don't go for it. So that's just what it is here. That's just what I kind of been telling my clients at LCLD, like, because I don't feel like you're being taught if you're just doing that. So I don't want you blaming me. But at the end of the day, yeah, you guys, it's going to be a lot of anticipation with those earnings names coming up, and then right now, like I said, Wall Street is about to take lunch here, you guys. So that's what it's about to be here. I'm not seeing any briefings currently. There were just a lot going on the first 3 hours. Looks like we got Secretary Jen. She's live, but she's en route to go to Alabama. So we'll probably see her and Biden and them live in Alabama shortly throughout the day. Let's see what she's talking about over here. Oh, it says next up, so they're not ready yet, but we'll have it next up so you can hear it. We'll just keep that loud. It's audio only. She's on a private jet, you guys. She's on a private Air Force jet. She's en route to go to Alabama. That's what this says. That's what this is stating. So we're gonna see what that's about. See what she's saying. Why is she going to Alabama? Why are Biden going to Alabama? You guys probably can guess why at this point. European Parliament debates on energy. This is pretty important here. But that's in the European though, so that'll actually be important for them tomorrow. Not really us right now. We're in control here, so I don't want to pull that up. But yeah, they're down there.
Ms. Murkowski, aye.
Okay, so they're voting right now.
No. Ms. Smith, aye.
So yeah, they're voting there, you guys.
Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Coons, Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Kramer, no.
That's it, okay? Or you want to wait? Because you done had two. That's enough. That ain't fun.
Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Heinrich, aye. Mr. Toomey, no.
So, all right, you guys, they're voting, man. We're about to go ahead and take lunch here. You guys be very careful. Be very careful. We're gonna have the audio only up for Jen, waiting for her. But man, y'all be very careful there. It's wanting to come down, but it's holding up above VWAP. The SPY is. So I'm not seeing the flush here like what we've been seeing. So it's really like proving that the bottom might be in, you guys. Just start to think about it. Like I said, as time goes on, the bottom might be in, but this might be the top. That's just where we're at right now, you guys. And just remember, we're in the midst of a Fed decision too tomorrow. Powell's talking tomorrow. The Fed decision come out tomorrow. Somebody just leaked the government this morning. So, or last night. So it's a lot going on right now, you guys. The war's still going on. Russia-Ukraine situation still at risk. So a lot going on. We got earnings. The economy's fully open. So, I mean, just a lot going on, you guys. A lot going on. So just try to, have some patience. This is the time, like I said, take you a break. Would be a good time to take a break. Just enjoy, just relax, enjoy the break, Go and get some food, get some fresh air, go for a walk, do something, just get the blood flowing, get up, move around. Don't sit here and stare at the screen. It's not healthy, especially if you're not going to get in. Don't just look at it. I'm telling you, it's going to trick you. Just wait, just get up, move around. When you come back, it'll be where you want. Trust me. If not, LCLD will update you where it's going to be and what's next. We're going to go to lunch here, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back by 1:30. We're going to keep this audio only up here. When Jen starts talking, we'll let that play. And we'll keep this up here. The Senate lawmakers address Roe v. Wade situation, and they're voting right now on Capitol Hill. And we'll keep that rolling to you guys. So you guys enjoy your lunch right now. I think between here and 1 p.m., the SPY will definitely be back below VWAP, retesting about 414. Or they're going to go and retest 418 at this point. So one is coming. They might even just sit in the middle at 415 and consolidate. That's what I think also as well. So keep that in mind and just try to remember that. And we'll see you guys when we come back from lunch.
Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Tillis, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Braun, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. She specific. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye.
The yeas are 54, the nays are 42, and the nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the president will be immediately notified of the Senate's actions. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion, we the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a closed debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar Number 674, Elizabeth DeLeon Bargava of New York to be an Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the nomination of Elizabeth DeLeon Bargava of New York to be an Assistant Secretary of Housing and Urban Development shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Heinrich, Schumer. I got you. Senator Leahy. Merkley, Klobuchar, Whitehouse. Thank you, Senator. Thanks. I did get you, thank you. Smith, Cantwell. I did, thank you. Rosen, Cortez. Shots. Thanks. Thank you. Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito. I did. Thank you. Oh. Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Blumenthal, Booker, Cantwell, Cardin, Carper, Collins, Coons, Cortez Masto, Gillibrand, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, Kelly, Klobuchar, Leahy, Lujan, Markey, Menendez, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Portman, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Tillis, Van Hollen, Warner, Whitehouse, and Young. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. King, aye. Mr. McConnell. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Bozeman, Cornyn, Cotton, Fisher, Haggerty, Johnson, Lee, McConnell, Paul, Rubio, and Toomey. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Mr. Grassley, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Hyde Smith, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Mr. Inhofe, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Burr, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye.
Secretary did an extensive rundown yesterday of what we will be doing here in Troy. Why don't we just get to your questions?
So the president spoke pretty passionately on the tarmac about the Alito draft being an affront to basic rights, but he also said he was not ready to commit to ending the filibuster to codify Roe. Why? And is there a disconnect here between the passion and what he believes needs to be done?
First, let me say the president's position is that we need to codify Roe, and that is what he has long called on Congress to act on. What is also true is that there has been a vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which would do exactly that, and there were not even enough votes, even if there was no filibuster, to get that done. So I would note in his written statement that we released this morning, I'm just going to reiterate what he said in this statement. He said, if the court does overturn Roe, it will fall on our nation's elected officials at all levels of government to protect a woman's right to choose, to do exactly that. It will fall on voters to elect pro-choice officials this November. At the federal level, we will need more pro-choice senators and a pro-choice majority in the House to adopt legislation. And that was speaking to exactly where we are with the votes. I would note that while we've been in the air, Leader Schumer noted that he had plans to bring this up for a vote.
Are you surprised that this leaked out? What do you think about the leak itself?
Look, I think this is because it is unprecedented or almost unprecedented, depending on what historian you speak to. There's no question that raises eyebrows for many in the country, including those of us in the White House. But what our focus is on right now, beyond the leak, is how we're going to protect a woman's right to make choices about her health care with her doctor, a right that is supported by the vast majority of the American public, and some call it a political issue. It is not. It is supported by the majority of the American public.
When you look at the solutions that you put forward in that statement, or the actions that the White House was considering taking, a lot of those take time. So what is the White House's message to women around the country who are waking up today and realizing their daughters and their younger women in this country may have less constitutional rights than they had in their lifetime?
Let me say first, this law has not changed. We know that it was, the Supreme Court has said the draft itself was legitimate, but they did not say this was the final conclusion. So women waking up today, their daughters still have the same rights they had yesterday. But I will note, though, that we have already seen in a number of states actions taken that severely limit a woman's fundamental rights across the country, a right that has been law for 50 years. And what we have done already to date is take steps through our Gender Policy Council to provide and expand access wherever we can with our capacity. So, for example, we created the Dire Need Grant Awards, which will provide funding to expand access to emergency contraception and family planning services, and recently announced $6.6 million in awards made to 8 grantees around the country. In addition to immediate legal action by the Department of Justice against Texas, the Attorney General released a statement in response to SB 8 that reaffirmed the Department of Justice's commitment to using existing federal law to protect the safety of patients seeking access to reproductive health services, including abortion pursuant to their criminal and civil enforcement of the FACE Act. That's important for anybody waking up today and confused about what their rights are. They have rights. This has not changed. Finally, the Department of Health and Human Services has announced a three-pronged department-wide response to protect patients and providers in response to the Texas law SB 8. What I would note, and the president also said in his statement this morning, is that he has directed his Gender Policy Council and the White House Counsel's Office to propose options for an administration response to the continued and obviously more expansive attack on abortion and reproductive rights.
So since the Texas law banned most abortions, and the White House said that there was going to be a whole of government response to that, so mostly it's just the things you just read. Are there any other actions that the administration did take?
The steps that have been announced, but what I would note is that we will continue, and he's directed the Gender Policy Council and the Council's Office to prepare and to be prepared to respond. There are things that we know because states have said them, so I would note that if Roe fails, abortion would probably be illegal in about half the states. Up to 26 states, particularly in the South, Midwest, and West, are poised to further restrict or ban access, depending on the court's decision. And that's partly because 13 states have trigger laws, which means that they would immediately trigger banning abortion. As a result of that, tens of millions of women may lack access to reproductive health care services. Abortion bans and restrictions will also dramatically reduce access to reproductive care, particularly for women with low incomes, women of color, and women in rural communities. We know through the data that we've already looked at that 75% of those seeking abortion are living at or below 200% of the federal poverty level. And the majority of patients seeking abortions identify as Black, Hispanic, and AAPI. So it's important for everybody to understand that the people who would be impacted the most are lower income, are people who would have to take off work, are people who have to find a way to travel, people who would have to find a way to get childcare. I would also note that 60% of people who seek an abortion are moms already.
So is the White House starting to put together a plan just in case the Supreme Court does overturn Roe?
That is exactly what the president said in his statement.
Can I follow up on what Jen said though? To follow up on what Jen was saying though, that back in December, you had said in a statement, we heard the president say this about the work he would be doing to work with lawmakers on codifying Roe. Can you give us examples now that we are in early May from that time in December of where this has been on his priority list? How has he engaged with lawmakers on this? Anything specific of what he has done beyond the Gender Policy Council?
Well, I think it's important to note that there has been a vote on this. It failed. It did not have even 50 votes, which means even if the filibuster were overturned, there would not have been enough votes to get this passed. He has stated this many times publicly. This is his known position. This is one of many topics he discusses with lawmakers. I would note again that Leader Schumer indicated he plans to bring it up again, but in the president's statement, just to reiterate, what he pointed to is the fact that there needs to be a more pro-choice officials after the elections in November.
All the polling is correct, and abortion rights folks have public sentiment on their side. Why have people continued to vote for a party that wants to do away with abortion rights?
That sounds like a question for those people who vote that way.
May I circle back to Steve's question on the leak itself? Does the president agree with Justice Roberts that this was an egregious act, and does he believe that it should be criminally prosecuted?
This would be a decision made by the Department of Justice, and we would refer to them.
So is this a live issue for you to push on the campaign trail this year to try to help elect more pro-choice people?
I'm not going to speak to politics from this gaggle, but I would again point you to the president's statement where he very clearly addressed exactly that question.
On court packing, has this raised any more discussions within the White House about the Supreme Court?
Well, I would say first, the president, there's a commission that was put together. The commission put together a report, not on recommendations, but to look at the big legal questions that have been out there for some time. The 30-member commission with a diversity of views put together a report that the president has been reviewing, so we have no update on his position on expansion of the court.
Jen, I wonder what this says about the state of our democracy, that abortion is an issue that a large swath of Americans agree with, yet we continue to see these consistent attacks, by a party that represents a minority of Americans. Does this say something about the state of our democracy?
I think the reason that I felt and the president felt it was important for me to reiterate who this impacts is because right now this is a moment to educate the public on what the impact would be, right? It is often shorthanded, not by any of us, but in public discourse as a political issue, as a as a wedge issue. It is not a wedge issue. The majority of the public supports women's fundamental rights, and the people who would be impacted overwhelmingly are lower income and are people of color. And we need to be clear about that and how we communicate about it so everybody understands as this battle begins.
We heard the president talk about other rights. He talked about birth control. He brought up same-sex marriage. Can you expand on that, of just the concern at the White House about knowing this is a draft opinion, not finalized, of what this means for other things and the precedent it could set?
Sure. Well, I think what you heard the president say to all of you under the wing reflects what has been front and center on his mind. Obviously, there's a lot to say about this leaked report. And when he was last night, his chief of staff called him to alert him of the news and the report. We made the decision to take some time to do a thorough and thoughtful written statement this morning, and obviously he made the decision to speak to all of you under the wing. And what you heard him talk about is a reflection of his time as chairman of the Judiciary Committee, as somebody who has read, reviewed, looked at many Supreme Court decisions, and the fact and his concern, his personal concern, his concern as president of the United States about the precedent of this, or what other fundamental rights, as you heard him say, could be at risk.
Who told him that the draft was legitimate? Was it like, did the Chief Justice call him, or who informed the president?
There were reports about it, and so we let him know that there had been reports right before he
So it's
arrived.
a White House staffer who telephoned him in the car.
Okay.
You mentioned that the president would, after the midterms, that he wanted to see more pro-life lawmakers in office, but will he be pro-choice? Excuse me. Would there be? Is he making any effort prior to the midterms to connect with lawmakers to try and increase the number of votes that could vote for the legislation that Senator Schumer wants to bring forward?
Again, this is his publicly stated view, something that he has made clear privately on many occasions as well. But I think it's also important to note, again, that we did not have the 50 votes. If there was a bill sent to his desk to codify Roe, he'd be happy to sign it. We did not have even 50 votes, even if the filibuster were overturned.
Want to spend some time to try and increase that number, work with lawmakers, make personal pleas, talk to them about
I think you should talk to the lawmakers about whether their minds are changeable. I think you saw what the president said in his statement about what we all have a responsibility to focus on in the coming months.
Is there anything that the White House thinks that there is enough votes for before the midterms?
Like what?
On anything related to abortion.
I can't in this moment make an assessment of that. Obviously, codifying Roe is something the president would strongly support and would be happy to sign into law.
On this visit today to Alabama, is there any concern that going and visiting the factory that is being used to make the munitions that are destroying the tanks in Russia, or not in Russia, but in Ukraine, Russian army tanks, that it's kind of bragging about what we're doing and it will only escalate?
The president is visiting this factory today to showcase American manufacturing, American ingenuity, and the power of the American military and capacity to support the Ukrainians as they're fighting a war against Russian aggression. And so, no, he does not have that fear. In fact, he feels this is an opportunity to thank the American people for their support in our effort to support the Ukrainians.
Brittany Griner, can I ask one? Now that the U.S. government considers her to be wrongfully detained by the Russian government, in practical terms, what does that new distinction mean in terms of what the administration will be doing to try and secure her release? Will the White House talk about her case more now that it's shifted to this?
So that is a determination we'd make in coordination with the hostage negotiator and the State Department. So Richard Carstens would now be engaged in this. This is a determination made by the State Department and released obviously last night. But typically, and I don't believe this will change, in order to leave the space to have an outcome we all want and desire, which is to bring her and any American detained or unjustifiably detained home, we typically don't talk about it extensively.
Are you expecting, look, just one more Ukraine thing. Are you expecting Russia to try to annex areas of eastern Ukraine by May 9th or on May 9th?
And officially declare war by May 9th?
I don't have any predictions of exactly what President Putin or the Russian military will do by May 9th. But I think you saw the State Department go out yesterday and make clear that we did assess one of the considerations, and we have a valid reason to believe this, that would be straight out of Russia's playbook, would be for them to organize sham referrals, referenda in Crimea, in Luhansk, in Donetsk, and other places to try to delegitimize democratically elected leaders and impose fake people's councils, essentially made up of the Kremlin's puppets and war. And so what they went out yesterday to announce was based on our assessment, a highly credible assessment. But in terms of the timeline, I don't have any update on that for you.
I'm sorry about that. On the javelins, you made the point yesterday they've been very effective, but there's been quite a substantial drawdown, both of the javelins and the Stingers, which have also been effective. Are we now at a point where the javelin and the Stinger is going to be put on a pause, and what can be shipped to Ukrainians until both Lockheed and Raytheon can backfill the orders on these?
I would say first the biggest challenge we have is the funding, right? Because we have a limited amount of drawdown funding left, as you know, which is why the president is also going to talk about the urgency of getting the supplemental package through. We have about $250 million left, as you know, but our Defense Department assesses, of course, ensuring that we have the capacity and the ability to not only deliver what we promised, but also to backfill our needs, which is part of what we've requested in the funding moving forward.
On the threats from Russia about nuclear weapons, or the loose talk about nuclear weapons, what kind of diplomatic efforts do we, the United States, have right now to talk them off of that?
Well, first, we find their rhetoric to be completely unconstructive and inconsistent with what many Russian officials have said many times in the past, which is that there is no winning a nuclear war. So we have not made any changes in our assessment right now of our substantive assessment of what is happening on the ground. But again, we continue to encourage them to and call on them to reduce the rhetoric, given we all know that a nuclear war cannot be won.
On student debt, what does the administration think are adequate income caps for any of the student forgiveness programs?
Well, the president talked back on the campaign about taking steps or looking at steps to help people making less than $125,000 a year. So that is the frame through which he's making considerations at this point. And it's Roger Carstens. Sorry, I butchered his name, and I didn't mean to. He does very important work for the government, remarkable work, maybe some of the most important work.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Robert, the board just approved the plan to build your sales team.
That's fantastic. And they can work from anywhere.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though, if you're running your mouth. I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. Jada land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle, it's up top. I ain't got it. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind be racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. niggas ain't got depth. Ain't run out of breath. Ain't run out of breath, yeah. Hey, ain't run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man.
Good or not? Testing 1, 2. Mic check 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a check from the podium check from Troy, Alabama, Lockheed Martin's facility. Okay. Good. This is the last one. We're going to go some house music now. Thank you.
Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle, it's out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, I ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, man, they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it like that?
Just catching up on the weekend in the second row. See what's happening.
Know I'm gonna
Okay, one item from you at the top.
He ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gonna get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death. Don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got depth. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step
with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Phone rings, are you okay? I'm so used to that shit, and I forgot to call on your birthday. That's another thing I've been bad with, and I think I'm so fucking done with all these bad decisions. I started a lot of the problems and don't know how I did it. Lost cause, don't think I like my image. I couldn't stand in the mirror. I thought I needed every minute, or a bag, or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at. Lately not anticipating all things to come. We've got blistered souls and bad decisions. We're trained to run, thinking about ourselves and no one else. But who loads the gun? Got me sitting, waiting, wishing about the things I've done. I thought that I wanted a Benz or a bag or a life where I ain't checking the tag. If I could do it again, I would pass. Cause I don't wanna live in the past. Don't wanna hear that I'll turn out okay. And what I'm feeling will pass. So what's the point of getting all worked up and all burnt up? Yeah, I'm doing fine where I'm at. I'm doing fine where I'm at.
Listen up, Pluto. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Just pay me, my nigga. Get it right too. Get it right too. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Nigga better pay me. I ain't even tripping cause a nigga real wavy. Like I'm on a surfboard, bitch tryna bang me. Better watch this nigga cause he looking kinda crazy. Born in 91, but I'm dripping like the 80s. You know my swag real crazy. Cause a nigga feeling wavy. Get cash daily, you know it's chase a bag, baby. Grinding all night, you know a nigga ain't lazy. Gotta get that money, gotta feed my little babies. Backing on these niggas in the stoop like baby. So you niggas really hating. When my band still begging, when my baby cut the shit. And you better watch your bitch, cause she looking real wavy. I still your old lady. Take her to the pad, then it get real crazy. Sucking on this dick, now she really gon' wavy. Is you really gon' pay me? Or you really gon' play me? But I'm feeling real wavy, so I kick out quick. Then I pass it to my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't wave me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Just pay me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't hate me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Don't wave me, my nigga. I'm wavy, my nigga. Just pay me, my nigga. Get it right too. I don't even want any. If it ain't them honest, I don't even want spend it. I'm spiffing, chase a bag just fits me. I'm jugging, finesse a boy and up in me. I slow it down so you can hear me and feel me. You hear me? Shots better than city, my city, they with me. You hear me? You gon' feel me? Cause I'm baby. Y'all feel me? Get wavy if you hear me. Throw up the foes if you with me. Stoop like the movement, yeah, I hear you. One rag shit, yeah, I'm with it. Hey, 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 hey. Chase a bag, chase a bag, hey. Chase a bag, hey.
Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from the goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. Two-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. Bitch, you know I'm fresh. Bitch, you know I'm fly. Brown papers full of kush. Bitch, you know I'm high. Killer be that same nigga from the west side. Free my nigga KT doing a long ride. I swear to God, won't see my nigga until I'm 45. Free my nigga Gat, free Mac and free Shine. Got blood in my eyes, smoking hella Doja, nigga. I'm sprinting to them bands, yeah, I'm hella focused, nigga. Everywhere I go, I'm strapped up fully loaded, nigga. A different breed, I make moves like them older niggas. Veteran shit, but I still be on that reckless shit. Shots buried, we don't give a fuck about stretching a bitch.
All black Nina on me, and my gold Air Maxes. Counting up bands on the Air mattress, cause shit was real. And I did what I did, cause I had to for my kid. Man, it's been stool line, and that's one rack. I remember the days we was one pack. We live in Boogie Land, we be air trapping. I'ma go all out in these Air Maxes. Ain't no capping in my count. You niggas would get stamped or posterized and leave your mama traumatized. Somewhere in Baptist, it's been a homicide. I'm pouring up another foe and let it ride. Gelato kush in my backwood, then I'm back good. Serving in the hood with a 95, just like some Air Maxes. Man, I been snapping. This gotta make it happen. I'm blanking with this rapping. You know it ain't no capping. Hey, you know it ain't no capping. One rack shit, I made it happen. Yeah. Spiffy, nigga.
Nigga, 2-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Standing on the goddamn block and some Air Maxes. Running from them goddamn cops and some Air Maxes. 2-tone 40 in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Half an ounce of Dodie in my pocket and some Air Maxes. Smoking that good Dodie, boy. I would be on that Doja, nigga. That ocean grown, nigga. OG Kush.
Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. I don't wanna rush this, but I love it when you're touching on me in public. The way your body push against me, how I feel when you ain't with me. Go down just to see what we come up with. I realize if I just take my time, this ain't never gonna fall through. I've been trapped in my mind, but everything's alright when I'm body to body on you. And I don't think I'm perfect, but I think I deserve this. And I'm loving watching this play out. Cause I can see it working, yeah. Nice legs, hair too. Nothing that anybody compares to. Got the soft smiles, blue eyes, like a sea that I can stare through. I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright. And baby, is it new to you? It's new to me. I could lie, try to tell you that I've got this. Is it news to you? You move me through everything that's been weighing on my conscience. Bad girl, but she's honest. What I wanted. Couldn't tell you how I'd act if I lost it. No, I ain't giving up flawless. Baby, I don't see a flaw in you. You're just my type. Good girl, this is all brand new. Everything is alright.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from lunch. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 1:34 p.m. and Wall Street been back about 30 minutes ago. You see they kind of holding the market up here. The SPYs are up in the upper band here. Some stocks are slightly green here, not going too much for it, but slightly green. But, you know, it just looks stuck, man. It looks like it's stuck in mud here. You know, it's just waiting for the Fed decision at this point. This is what it's going to boil down to. Yeah. That's where we at, you guys. We're back from the break. The market is green. Hold up. So yeah, we're back from the break. The market is green, you guys. It's a credit spread type of green though. It's not going crazy green, but it's just holding up from yesterday. Just holding too, literally just holding, not moving at all here. But the Dow's up 57% here. The S&P 500 is up 88%. The Nasdaq's up 64%. The Russell 2000 is up about 1.10% here. The VIX is still down, you guys. Been down all day at $30, 6.96%. It's still pretty high, but it's low today. Stocks making the biggest moves midday. Chegg, Expedient, BP, and more. They all had earnings this morning, and they reported Expedient went down about $25 for their earnings report. So travel's not looking too good. But I don't know, man. Say the market is really it's undecided right now still. Market is undecided right now still, you guys. I really still think it's a time to be patient, you know. Just be patient, relax, see what's gonna happen next. Waiting on Body. He's supposed to be in live. But I guess he's taking his time here. He's talking about he's trying to deliver remarks on security assistance to Ukraine, so he was wanting to explain that. But that's just really what's going on right now. You know, it's just kind of best to wait. Things are just kind of sitting here in the air. I wouldn't trust it. I'm not trusting it. We're still in the bear market, you guys. So you don't want to be buying things in the air right here. It's not trustworthy. It's not. It's just not right now. So it's kind of like the MM's doing their own thing here. Flat volume, really. You can tell most volume is waiting. Most people are waiting. But yeah, so it's kind of just sitting here chilling right now. Market's chill. Very chill day. It looked very bullish this morning. They lost that momentum and never regained it. Trying to get it right now. They're spreading it though, so it's coming slowly. But yeah, I don't know if it'll hold. I don't know. By the end of the day, we'll see how investors take it. We'll see how the market takes it. That's what's going to be the key. Got about three hours left today, so still a lot of time for it to go either way. Like I said, we're getting closer and closer to that Fed decision. That's really important. But other than that, SPY's not breaking out of 418, so that's resistance as of now. People are just, you know, hitting their sell button to getting their profits worked there at that level as well, so nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with it. Market, stocks are mixed up. Oh, let me honest. So yeah, stocks are mixed up here right now. The market's overall green, but the stock's still mixed up. So some are green. Barely, not a lot, but you know, a little bit of green with the market. So it's mixed. It's a mixed market as far as the stocks, but the overall indices, they're green. They're all green. Just got a little mixed bag, mixed emotions in here right now with the market. Just trying to get back to the no emotion. You know how the market do. At these times of credit spreads, you do nothing, literally. Wait, save your leverage. Trust me. Save your leverage. But yeah, the market is fighting here. You guys, it's fighting. They're still fighting. Bulls, Bears still fighting. It's a good one today. For the most part, we're up in the air a little bit. So Bulls still got the momentum, but it's still a bear market so far. It's just what it's been all day. They had lost momentum earlier, like around lunch, and just regained it as soon as they got back. So the past 40 minutes, we just been up here, $2 spread up in the air, chilling. Nothing other than that, man. Nothing really going on besides what's already been happening and taking place. And they've been talking about it all day. In the meantime, man, I guess we're just going to take another quick break since we're waiting on Biden. It don't look like this is going to start anytime soon. I thought it was about to start it right away, so I guess not. But it will start soon. And it's important because he had just said something about funding Ukraine with $30 billion or something like that. Where he's asking Congress for assistance, you guys. So that's what that is about. So we're gonna find out here shortly what that is all about, and if Congress even agrees with that, or is he out of his mind? But we're gonna find out here shortly, you guys. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle out top. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers.
Just chillin' in the spot, getting smoked out. Country boys making noise, bring the 2 strokes out. It could be about who you know or what you know about. Planting seeds in the soul, waiting on the sprout. They don't understand. I just feel like the man, feeling like Nas. Be what I wanna be, I know I can. Anxiety kicking in, need another Zan. I need some food, mom, some food with them pots and pans. TAC in my system, all different strands. These niggas acting like hoes, I only fuck with fans. They keep me safe, keep me sane, and keep me in my zone. If you fuck with one of them, I hope your team's strong. They been sleeping on me, it's time to wake them up. I'm sipping purple and yellow, Lakers cup. If you nod one more time, I'ma take your cup. This shit way too expensive to be wasting, girl. Sometimes I really feel like I'm on another level. All the shit I done been through, my heart made of metal. Keep it positive and keep it hot, just like a kettle. Unless it's 12, officer, I don't know what to tell you. I'm back, this rap shit is way too easy. Pop a bar and spit some bars and then I'm way too sleepy. But I'm grinding hard, I got a family to feed. So I'ma try to drop some hits that the streets gon' need. Yeah. Been struggling for a while, trying to find my way out. Even had thoughts of grabbing the stick and laying niggas down. Had to get my mind right, had to get my mind focused. I done made my mistakes, I done made some bad choices. I'ma keep my head up, if you ain't noticed. Keep a smile on my face, while I'm puffing on this poke. Plant seeds in the soil, I'm just waiting on the sprout. This shit here's from 93, and that's no doubt. Yeah.
Trapaholics Mixtapes.
All we had to do was follow the damn train, CJ.
You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost, get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, nigga. Get lost, nigga. You lost, nigga. Really, I'm a boss, nigga. Chase a bag, nigga. Really from that stoop, nigga. That's one rack, boss. Yeah, I'ma get him. That's one rack, lost. Damn, Skizzy hit him. Got him with them bars, nigga. Call me Hershey, cause I kiss him. In the back of the back of the May, nigga. You know that Maybach all white, and I'm tatted, nigga. Like I'm Haitian with them rosters on my head, nigga. One rack shit, one rack bitch, I love that. One rack shit, that one leg bitch, and I'm gon' splat at your shack shit. I meant, oops, my bad, I'm back, bitch. You lost, put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, 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 get lost. Put his ass on the cross, make his ass get lost. You ain't really no boss. I do this shit with no fault. Get lost, get lost, get lost.
Hey, have you ever been down there hurt, lost? And worry about yourself, trying to be a boss? Huh? Do you know the cost? You're lost up in the sauce. I never took a loss. If I did, I bounce back. That's boomerang, nigga. If you get it, then it's facts. I'm getting cash every day. I'm just chasing checks. I gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss, I ain't taking no loss. Gotta do what I gotta do. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss, nah. I ain't taking no loss.
This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're back from the break. And let's get into what we like to call here the header for the day, the cover art. 12 stocks profit growth. These are 12 stocks that, they profit growth. They haven't been since the market has been taking hits. So this was previously they were profiting growth due to the pandemic. Some of these names, like I said, have been getting exposed. So things have changed. Things have changed. Some of these names right here, like I said, they're getting to the point where it's either you were a pandemic stock or you're a real provider for the economy right now. So that's what's been going on here. A lot of these names have recently got exposed there. Like I said, some of them report here today. I know Airbnb after the bell, so that's going to be one that you won't want to miss. But these are some growth names here. Like I said, you can look long term for these names. They do bring in profit. They grow over time. Whether either direction. So you just want to look into it. What it's about and stuff like that. Most of these names you already know. Some of these names y'all could probably consume. Just take a look at them when you guys get a chance. These are growth stocks, You want to go long on them. Think long, load up, grows. But that's that, you guys. It sounded like we thought we had Biden or somebody. I don't know what that was. But nothing, though. Still nothing. Market just kind of chilling out in the air. It has been all day. So the Bulls still doing that, playing that game. So I do know things. It can't sit here. We might have a turnaround Tuesday by the end of the day. So we'll definitely be back inside of the channel, or this thing's going to break out to the upside, you guys, at this point. But either way, it's coming. Something's coming. They're anticipating a move here. Looks like Biden might be live now, or he's getting ready to go live. Continue shortly. So yeah, Biden is live here shortly. But yeah, we're been in the channel all day. This is the first time today we're actually out of the channel and we've been out for a while, probably like 50 minutes so far. Since they came back from lunch, they brought it up there and just been holding though. So coming up, we got about 2 more hours left today. So we'll see. We'll see what it does. We'll see what it does. But while we're waiting here, hey, we might as well get into LCAOD word of the day. What is that? I don't know. Let's find out. And it looks like word of the day is urge. Oh, urge. 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 Word of the day. Urge. A strong wish. Verb. To try to make someone do something. To push along. Urge. Urge, you guys. That is the word of the day. So a lot of you mugs have urge right now with this market. But I promise you, you're going to want patience over urge, you guys. You do not want to be making someone do something or pushing someone along to do something, and it might not be the right idea. It might seem like it to you, but I'm telling you, it might not be for overall everyone. So don't ever have that urge, you guys. Let that urge go. Don't be eager for anything. That's anything in life. If you got an urge to do something, you probably shouldn't be doing it, So keep that in mind. But urge ain't good, you guys. Urge. You don't want to be making someone do something that they might not want to do, So don't have that urge, But the only thing I can see positive with urge is a strong wish. Now, you do want to, have your beliefs pretty strong. That makes sense to me. A strong wish. You can have, that's the only time you should ever be eager, when you're wishing something and have the urge. But make it happen too, though. Make it happen. Have the urge to make it happen. So keep that in mind, man. But that is the word of the day. URGE. 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 You guys. A strong wish to try to make someone do something to push along. Oh, man, it sounds like the market. It relates to life in general, man. Urge. I got the urge right now. I want to load up some plays right now. I see opportunities. I got the urge so bad. But I'm having patience over the urge because I know if I wait, I have a better chance at profiting something here for myself. I got the urge right now. I got the urge right now to go ahead and make a decision and probably say what this fair decision might be. But I'm going to have patience because I don't want to look like a fool here, you guys. I don't want to be on the wrong side with that urge, you guys. I don't want to push myself along to believe something that might not even be true. You get what I'm saying? I don't want to have urge, you guys. So if you do, it's about making a strong wish. Have the urge to make a strong wish. Think, have the urge to be patient. You get what I'm saying here now? You get what I'm saying? We're going to take a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Spot is touching the channel here, just now getting back into it. So we'll see which way it's heading here. We'll see which way it's heading. Biden is going live here shortly. We'll see what he's talking about. We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back.
Yeah. I like that.
That's your
Top Squad. Yeah, crazy ass world, all this shit that's going on. I can't even lie. Real nigga, yeah, I do some wrong, but this shit that's going on ain't even right. Seeing people dying every night. Niggas fighting for their lives, trying to get the stripes like Adidas. These niggas spot your ass out like a cheetah. And they smoking on that reefer. Niggas popping pills, lose their mind, blow your top. Run up in the house, shoot everybody for that fatty wop. These niggas tryna ball while I'm a jock. Yeah, I'm on your ass, put blood in your shoes, call your ass a red sock. And I ain't from Chicago, but my niggas blow. Yeah, this the Windy City, Shotsbury, what they throwing up them foes. They kicking in your doors, they fucking all your hoes, and they stealing all your weed and all your coke. I cannot tell these niggas sit down. Shit, sometimes I'm provoked. Wanna run up in the house and slit these niggas' throat. It's hard to be different when you see the same shit. Niggas on the corner, niggas scheming up a lick. Other niggas whipping up a brick. Shit, bitches popping pussy, man, that's some sick shit. This the shit that we see every day. I don't know what to say, so my blunt, yeah, I blaze. Sometimes it get hard to look further. Man, I be worried that a nigga might come and serve me. Or the feds, yeah, they might give me 30. This bitch I'm fucking with, yeah, she might do me dirty. Police get behind me going fast, yeah, I'm swerving. Young nigga spinning, getting cash, yeah, I'm splurging. Damn. This the life that I chose. This the hoe that I chose. And I ain't doing no blow. But the niggas that I'm with might set me up. Shit, I don't know. That's what's going through my mind every time that we roll. To go and roll, you never know. Look at motherfucking Alpo. Look at Kanan Lynch. Nigga, you come up with, be out here trying to fuck your fucking bitch. Look at nigga bars. Man, fuck this shit. Fuck this shit crazy. Niggas out here fucking this shit, man. Niggas out here lost their motherfucking mind.
I get the pet for the cheaper. I got this shit off a river. Fat caliber full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, then we tweaking. Bust his head and leak him leaking. Yeah. Bust his head and leave him leaking. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. And he hit us, he gon' tweak. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got the shit off for reefer. Fat Cali blunt full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. And he hit us, he gon' tweak. Yeah. That nigga might be in his feelings. I just be smashing the hoe, ain't no cuffin' no hoe. So the fuckers you talking about with us? I'm trying to get to the bitch. I'm trying to see me a million. I'm trying to stack and provide for my children. I got some niggas doing time locked down in the building. What you know about send off a pack of bread and make it home? Jack boys back door, run down and take everything you got in your home. All I know, keep me a phone. Got me a map for your zone. Try me nigga in the zone. All I know is taking get to that dough. My mama need her better home. Got you for real. They tryna see me to an early grave. I got some niggas that's gon' cut away. I got some niggas so I roll up the dope. I think about my niggas every day. I got some niggas doing time in the feds. They keep their head up, you could be home one day. You'll be home one of these days. I see my niggas and pray for bad days. My niggas bringing that pressure home. Can't trust a nigga who changed on this brother song. That bitch wasn't loyal. Same niggas say that they lay your profile for your mother. When you 6 feet on the dirt and your face on the shirt and you riding nerves. I came from the struggle, disrespect my brother. I'm riding this right. I got the pack for the cheaper. I got this shit off a reefer. Fat Cali pump full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him clean. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard. Fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit this, he gon' tweak it. I got the shit for the cheaper. I got this shit off the reefer. Fat Cali pump full of reefer. Touch me, nigga, and we tweaking. Bust his head and leave him leaking. Fuck what a fuck nigga heard and fuck what a fuck nigga thinking. Already got his bitch swallowing semen. Baby sitting on the weekend. He hit this, he gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it. He gon' tweak it.
Oh yeah, this the one right here. Punch me in, drop.
Produced by Create.
Home in the city with killers and sticks. Country the block and we sleeping and shit. Throwing off foes, we lit as a bitch. They got by my side, we like Lilo and sticks. So fuck with the bros if you trying to get rich. We up in the mall, we ain't taking no pics. Hell nah, bitch. We ain't taking no pics. These niggas ain't aiming, they shooting their toes. Trapping all night, but you know it don't close. I just got the pack and it's already sold. He told, just slid in my DM, I'm fucking that hoe. She talking crazy, she might get exposed. She might get exposed. Up in the trenches, I didn't have no pops. Fuck is a bitch, fell in love with the Glock. I'm stuck in the city, still punching the clock. 4 pockets full, I still never stop. I just bought a phone and I still got a knot. I got the kids to this shit, now they call me Glock.
Like fuck it, we fucking it up. Pints of the lean and I double the cup. Drop a few dollars and sour it up. Gave up break, now she powering up. If he want to smoke, he know that it's up. I'm a big dog, that nigga a pup. Had to give me some bread, jump right in the street. That nigga can't rap, he can't hop on my beat. I'm with the bros, we playing for keep. My bitch go to sleep, then it's on the creek. Gotta come with some bread if you wanna feed. If she wanna fuck, then I'm charging the fee. Bitch.
Somebody pass me my lighter. Freestyles up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. It's the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. I ain't tryna be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't tryna be cool. 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 It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh. And I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
He moved all by itself without the other extraneous issues that we've been debating related to Title 42 and additional help for therapeutics. So that's the way to make progress on Ukraine quickly. With regard to the revelation of today, I'm confident the Chief Justice and the Supreme Court will find the leaker and move forward to apply appropriate punishment.
Well, I'd like to associate myself with the remarks of the leader with respect to the leak at the Supreme Court. Court is an independent branch of our government, and they need to conduct their own independent investigation, get to the bottom of this, and hold those responsible accountable. Last week, the President of the United States made a fairly revealing comment when he said that children are not their parents' children when they're in the classroom. And it's revealing in a lot of ways because I think it emphasizes the Democrats' view when it comes to kids, and the teachers' union's views when it comes to our kids. And I think that was probably put on full display when the administration adopted a rule that requires toddlers to wear masks if they are in a Head Start facility, even if they are outside on the playground. It was a very sweeping rule, and it's one that I think is completely inconsistent with what we understand to be the role of parents when it comes to making the decisions that are the best interests of their kids. So we're going to vote today on a Congressional Review Act resolution of disapproval that would disapprove of this rule. Everybody's going to have an opportunity to go on the record on whether or not toddlers under the age of 5, even when they're outside on the playground, ought to be required to wear masks. And I would point out that even the World Health Organization has concluded that toddlers shouldn't have to wear masks, that that's not necessary, and that there isn't a public health or safety benefit associated with that. We think this is a great example of government overreach, of government putting themselves in the role that should be reserved for parents making decisions that are in the best interest of their children. So that vote is going to happen later today, and I certainly hope that we not only have every Republican, which I believe we will, but that we'll have some wise Democrats who want to make sure that our parents are in charge of their children and not the government.
Well, there is more bad news that came out last Friday for families who are struggling in the Biden economy. The economic headlines point out that people are falling further behind. Prices keep going up and wages can't keep up. So people are feeling stuck, stressed, and squeezed. So it's no surprise then to see the Washington Post ABC poll number showing that more than 9 in 10 Americans reported concerns about rising prices. 9 in 10 Americans. And for people that have savings, what they're seeing are their savings melting away. So we have this combination of soaring inflation and a stagnant economy. We haven't had that since the 1970s. They call it stagflation. So people are actually feeling poorer. And the reason they're feeling poorer is their dollars don't go as far as it was before to buy things. So they are actually poorer. And Joe Biden and this administration don't seem to get it. Otherwise, why would he laugh at inflation over the weekend at the White House Correspondents' Dinner? They don't get it when Chuck Schumer talks about the only solution to inflation, he said, is to actually increase taxes, raise the rates. People have to empty their wallets to fill their gas tanks. This isn't a time to raise taxes. It's never the time to raise taxes. So you have Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer there as Thelma and Louise heading straight over the cliff. The American people deserve better, much better, from what this administration is providing for them.
Well, on the inflation front, American families clearly concerned about food. Food prices going up as energy prices go up, as fertilizer prices go up, all the input costs go up. What we're really seeing happen, though, in the world stage right now is a true food disaster in the making. I've talked to former Governor David Beasley, who runs the World Food Program, Ambassador McCain, who's our representative to that program, of what happens because of what's happening in Ukraine. You can find different numbers on this, but roughly 25% of all the wheat exports in the world come from Ukraine and Russia. About 20% of all the corn exports in the world, 90% of the sunflower cooking oil comes from there, and a lot of fertilizer comes from there. Right now, from Ukraine, which is the bigger partner in that food distribution of the two countries, and nothing's coming out of Ukraine. Nothing's coming out of the port at Odessa. Nothing's coming out of the port at Mariupol, and hasn't since the Russian invasion began. This has huge impact on the whole world, but particularly on Africa. Food in Ukraine, food in Africa. What's in the silos in Ukraine right now is not getting out, and Ukrainian farmers aren't getting crops planted for this year. This has to be something we're really watching carefully. There are a lot of hungry people all over the world already, But if you reduce this great source of food, the sort of breadbasket of the world, we're a great exporter of food, but this area is going to be dramatically impacted, and that impacts our prices as well. But the real issue here at this moment may not be nearly as much price as is real hunger, right? In some occurring today, a lot more could occur just a few months from today if we don't start thinking about how we deal with this part of that crisis.
It's Small Business Week, and 99% of Iowa is small business. And so as a senior Republican on the Small Business Committee, I am working very hard to find ways to help our small businesses and really get big government off of their backs. What I would like to see, of course, is unleashing more American energy and increasing innovation. And so much of that innovation does come from our small businesses. So now the Democrats, of course, had a bit of bad news again this last week with the GDP this last quarter slipping another 1.4%. That is bad news across the board. And what we need to see, again, is really focusing on ways that we can build up small businesses, unleash the economy. But what their answer is, as Democrats with Leader Schumer, is to say, we need to raise your taxes and spend more money as a federal government. And folks, I'm here to tell you, it hasn't worked in the past year plus of the Biden administration. It's not going to work when Americans and small businesses are hurting with so many inflationary issues and supply chain challenges. So again, let's find ways to ease the burden off of our small businesses. Let's get big government off of their backs. And let's get this economy roaring the way it should. Let's see some shifts in leadership and make sure we're supporting our small businesses.
In the last few days, the Biden administration announced that the Department of Homeland Security now has a disinformation board. This isn't about the truth. This isn't about protecting families. This is about your federal government deciding what truth is and what speech is acceptable. Anybody that read George Orwell's 1984 remembers the thought police. In the thought police, they would tell everybody exactly how they could think and what they could say. If you remember this, we've been dealing with this with social media, where they decided that, taking an example with Hunter Biden's laptop, what was true and what was not true. And Republican senators were conspiracy theorists because that's what they decided. Now we know that all the stories about Biden's laptop, it was Hunter Biden's laptop. So every American should be concerned about the Biden administration now creating a disinformation board that's going to be able to tell Americans what the truth is, just like PolitiFact. They'll go off to the left. They'll tell Americans exactly what the truth is and what you can talk about.
You have been adamant in the past about protecting the filibuster. I just wonder if the Supreme Court does indeed strike down Roe and you are majority leader, do you commit to keeping the filibuster in place at all costs?
Absolutely. Yeah, we don't want to break the Senate, and that's breaking the Senate. And we went through that exercise a couple of months ago. I said it was the most important day in the history of the Senate as an institution. That remains the case, and will, as far as I'm concerned, if we're in the majority, remain the case in perpetuity.
We spent decades trying to remake the court, overturn Roe. You're possibly single-handedly responsible for the 6-3 majority. So do you take personal credit for abortion rights likely to go away for millions of people in this country?
Yeah, I think the story today is an effort by someone on the inside to discredit the institution of the Senate, which continues a pattern that we've observed over the last couple of years. Leader Schumer over on the steps of the Supreme Court, calling out justices by name. Sheldon Whitehouse and others filing amicus briefs threatening the court. Efforts to pack the court efforts to have term limits for court justices. What's unique about today is this is the first time we've had somebody on the inside try to attack the institution. Fortunately, I think the Chief Justice has taken that seriously and will find the leaker.
Democrats say that the prospect of Roe being overturned and some of the more restrictive trigger laws coming into effect without exemptions for rape and incest will shock the public and motivate voters in November. What is your response to that? How does this change the midterms?
Well, that's not the story for today. The story for the day is what I just said.
If Roe is struck down, do you see a need for federal abortion restriction legislation in Congress?
Look, all of this puts the cart before the horse. We have 3 Supreme Court clerks in my conference. They all explain the procedure. And our entire conversation today was about what I've just been talking to you about. And you need, it seems to me, excuse the lecture, to concentrate on what the news is today. Not a leaked draft, but the fact that the draft was leaked.
On that,
There you go, Senator Mitch McConnell wrapping up there, taking questions about the leak there, and as he and other Republicans are very upset that this leak happened in the first place. You're watching live now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here worldwide, as always, here for you. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to change it up just a little bit.
All right, so yeah, see, that leak information is starting to leak in the market, you guys. Yeah, it's starting to spread here, so it's getting a little toxic. SPY coming down here, they saw back down into the channel. Excuse me, touching almost the lower band that fast, so giving it up here, getting weak. Looks like everything else is, VIX is going back up. Let's check with the overall indices. I was just in a quick little another scalp there. That was a little Amazon. Not feeling it, still not feeling it. It does look like, it did feel like, it seemed like it was going to flush, but just not letting the greed here get to me. Just setting little small goals and hitting them, exceeding them more, actually getting more than what I'm asking for. So I'm just chilling. But I really probably could have held it, but I just don't. You know, it's just tornado right now. It's a storm. That leaked information, you really just don't understand how the market will understand it and try to take it. So you want to just be chilling right now and waiting for the Fed decision. The market is mixed up here. The Dow's up about 21%. The S&P 500 is up 21%. You got the NASDAQ down about 14%. And the Russell 2000 is up 84%. The VIX is down about 5%, but still high at $30.74. So we're going to take a quick break here, as you heard Fox here at LCOD. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break as well and try to regather some thoughts here. It's 2:24 p.m., ladies and gentlemen. We do got earnings still. You guys, I want to remind you that we do still got earnings after the bell, so there is still an opportunity. AMD, Airbnb, Starbucks, Moderna, vaccine in the morning. Like I said, I'm really feeling that vaccine wave. I think it's time for a move in that sector. I think it's time for a move in the real estate sector too, but I'm not the market, so I can't just say that and I think it's going to happen. We're going to see, you know, but I'm doing the research here. Everyone's kind of assuming that. But breaking news, first Apple Store union vote set to start June 2nd in Atlanta. Ouch. So that ain't good. They're starting to unionize Apple now. So Apple ain't paying enough right now either. That's what they're saying. These companies ain't paying enough, basically. And these employees getting tired of that because things getting harder out here. Inflation is serious. You just heard that one guy, he said Biden's out here laughing at inflation, and it ain't nothing really funny. You know, you can be assassinated for laughing at inflation right now. Not saying that's what will happen to him, but, you know, just saying, like, it's that serious. People are taking this stuff serious. They're angry out here. Like, they'll take themselves out due to this inflation. That's how high it is right now, you know? So, like, it's serious. You know, there's mental health issues involved with the inflation. So, just that's why I always say be positive, be mindful, and respectful. And you can't go wrong with doing that. But don't forget the top 5 things to know this week, you guys. Fed FOMC meeting, Powell speech, U.S. jobs reports, U.S. ISM PMI surveys. We got earnings, AMD, Shopify, Etsy. OPEC meeting, don't forget about that. And I just want to let you guys know that. The economic data this week, remind you guys about this. I showed it to you yesterday. I'm going to show it to you again today. We got ADP payrolls Wednesday. That's tomorrow, ISM service. Tomorrow's a huge day. Fed rate decision. It's coming. It's coming soon. So that urge you've been having, it's time to get ready and use it. Use that urge, you know. You can utilize that urge after that Fed rate decision. Now you might want to still give it some time and still let it digest, but it's up to you at that point. The information will be out to the public. Thursday jobless claims is happening Friday. We got 9 farm payrolls. So Wednesday we got ADP payrolls, and Friday we got 9 farm payrolls. And Friday also we got unemployment rate and average hourly earnings on Friday, you guys. So this is the data we like to follow here at LCAOD. Some of you guys are asking for plays. I'm telling you no, because you're not understanding the risk right now. This volatility is very serious. Trust me, it's serious. It's best to wait. If right now, and it's no disrespect, if you're not leveraged with at least 3,000 plus, you shouldn't be playing here right now. This is a waiting opportunity. Trust me. It's going to be worth the wait. Now, you should be looking long now. You should be looking long. Some of y'all sending in dates, but that's still kind of early. Y'all should be thinking end of May, June now. Think farther long term right now. We got Federal Reserve this week here, you guys. It's a lot going on. You do not want to get caught on the wrong side. It will wipe. Swiper, no swiping. Yes, that's what will end up happening. If you're on the wrong side, they do not care. There's a correction coming soon, and they're going to do it tomorrow. So the market is just anticipating, and investors are, ready to see what it's going to say if there's any changes to the interest rate decision. Most people think it's already priced in, so we're going to see. But that's all tomorrow taking place here. Federal Reserve this week, you guys. A lot here. FOMC. 2 p.m. tomorrow. 2 p.m. You better tune in. Stop what you're doing between 2 p.m. 2:30 all the way to about 4 p.m. You might as well stop what you're doing. It's gonna be serious. It's gonna be intense, you guys. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. And like I said, it's confirming the direction for this month coming up. So you guys definitely want to wait. You do not want to be trying to be defeating the market right now because you're going to lose. Like I said, I'm playing right now. I'm leveraged, but obviously, like, if I'm warning you it's not worth it. It's not worth it. Trust me, it's not worth it. I'm taking little gains, So it's cool. It's cool, but it is what it is. Like I said, small wins sometimes. Sometimes you gotta take those small wins just to avoid a big loss. So keep that in mind. But this is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We will be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. Freestyles up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. I got that big high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. It's the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. It's that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead. Ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn, but it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his ass to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas in some real trap. Real trappers speak up for the real trap.
One rack. Go spizzy. Boogie that for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options. I got
Filling Roe v. Wade at this
options.
meeting.
I got plays.
Every time it was brought up substantively about Roe v. Wade, all he did is talk about the leaks. Republicans are spending all their focus on the leak because they don't want to focus on Roe v. Wade. They know they're on the wrong side of history. They know they're on the wrong side of the American people. So they're ducking it and hiding behind this so-called leaks situation. They do not want to focus on Roe. I heard that Mitch McConnell was asked, are you proud that you got Roe repealed? And he wouldn't even answer yes or no. They spent a decade, 2 decades, trying to repeal Roe, and now they won't own up to it. They're like the dog that caught the bus. They know they're on the wrong side of history. They know they're on the wrong side of where the American people are. They know they'll pay consequences in the 2022 elections. And their spin masters are telling them to avoid the subject. And they did. Incredible. One of the most horrible decisions that looks like it's coming from the Supreme Court, in line with some of the worst decisions throughout the court's history, that they caused, and they can't own up to it. They're afraid. So the bottom line is, we know that history is on our side, and we know the politics is on our side. And you can be sure in 2022, this is going to be an issue all across the country. And Republicans will not be able to run away from it. Not be able to run away from it. Republicans sought this outcome for years. You'd think they'd be celebrating. A few are. The real hard right fanatics. But not Leader McConnell or most of the Republicans. I want to make 3 things clear. It's our intention in the Senate to hold a vote on legislation to codify the right to an abortion in law very soon. Second, a vote on this legislation is no longer an abstract exercise. It's as urgent and as real as it gets. We will vote to protect a woman's right to choose. Every American is going to see where every senator stands. Which side are they on? Women's health, women's rights. a mainstream America that protects liberty, or on the side of darkness, retrograde history. So, the bottom line is this. We are asking the public, I don't think we need to, but we're asking the public to raise their voices. In the next week, let every senator know how you feel. Write, call, email, however you contact them. And continue to raise your voices throughout the year. Our candidates are already talking about this from one end of the country to the other. I cannot tell you the outrage I feel at this decision. And the outrage I feel that Republicans who did it won't own up to it. And duck it. It's despicable. We're not talking about anything inconsequential. We're talking about women's health.
And look here, ladies and gentlemen, we already have protesters outside of the Supreme Court on this situation, the Roe v. Wade situation, you guys. It's getting serious that fast. Uh-oh.
And they won't stop there. This right-wing retrograde court put in by our Republican Senate, many other rights are at risk if they succeed in getting this accomplished. So that's the bottom line here, folks. We have a great contrast between the Republican vision for America and our vision for America. This isn't your grandfather's Republican Party, America. It's Donald Trump's Republican Party. It's a right-wing Republican Party. It's a party where your children will have less rights than you did.
I mean, I said what I said this week, but I
So,
was really just saying that for, the people that don't.
I still firmly believe in my very bones that the story of American democracy is the story of progress. I believe we will win this fight because the American people are strongly, strongly, strongly on our side. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you. I went to the steps of the Capitol earlier today where I spoke about these alarming reports we are seeing that the Supreme Court plans to end the constitutional right to abortion in this country and overturn Roe v. Wade. This is a 5-alarm fire. This was always the Republicans' end goal, ending the right to abortion. Extreme Republicans were never going to stop at the state level, and mark my words, they are not going to stop with Roe and the right to abortion either. They are coming for your birth control, for all reproductive health care. So we are not going to be quiet. We are going to keep fighting because we do not want this to become a country where women are forced to remain pregnant no matter their personal circumstances. And yes, we are talking about situations like rape and incest. A country where extreme politicians will control patients' most private decisions. A country where, for the very first time ever, the next generation of women will have fewer rights than their mothers. So listen, you've probably already heard from many of my colleagues who are upset and horrified, who are heartbroken, but we are also determined and we are ready to fight back. And we're going to make sure that anyone who has not felt the weight of this moment yet, who doesn't think this could happen, who doesn't think it matters to them, gets the message loud and clear. We're going to make sure that every single person in every single state understands this impacts you, your choices, your rights. It's not happening to someone else in some other state. It's happening everywhere. And in the highest court in the land is preparing to rip away your rights at this very moment. So let me be clear. I'm not going to stop fighting to get to President Biden a bill to protect the right to abortion. But we need Americans everywhere to send us more pro-choice Democrats in the Senate so we can get this done. I get it. It's frustrating. I've been fighting for abortion rights since I got to the U.S. Senate, but we need a pro-choice majority here in the Senate, and we need to protect the pro-choice majority in the House, and this November is when we need to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Durbin.
Did he convince you? Did Mitch McConnell convince you that the real news story is not the opinion that was leaked? It was the leaker? Did he convince you? I hope not. I hope you understand what's at stake here. This is an historic decision authenticated by the Chief Justice of the court. We know that at least the opinion at the moment is the one that we saw this morning. It really is significant. It's significant because if you read into it, it is part of the culture war. The culture war that you hear over and over from these Republicans, that elections are really about the culture of this country. And we become too liberal, too progressive. We've got to be very careful to shape and to protect family values. And you know the litany that they go through. Certainly abortion, a woman's rights to choose at the top, but there are many others too. All of you, I look around this crowd, are way too young to remember the day, and I can barely remember the experience, when states decided which contraception was legal and which was not. When there were decisions made as to whether people would be prosecuted because they were trying to seek family planning and it violated state laws. It took the case of Griswold versus Connecticut to say enough. The states aren't going to be able to tell people, families, mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, that's something that basic, that personal, that private. And Griswold came out for the proposition that privacy is something we value as Americans. How do you vote on that one? Well, Senator McConnell doesn't want to raise that issue because he knows how Americans feel about their privacy, as they should. And it isn't just about the internet. It's about your personal life, your relationship with your spouse, your decision on what your family is going to look like. Should that be the Republican decision, the state decision, or your decision? We believe it's yours. And McConnell won't raise this issue because he can't defend this invasion of privacy in American families, whether we're talking about contraception, whether we're talking about sexual orientation, whether we're talking about something as basic as a marriage, same-gender marriage. These sorts of things are happening across America, and they reflect the mentality of the moment. Hard to imagine. And as long as they have fought this battle, as Senator Schumer said, for decades, here they have indication that it's coming their way big time. You'd think they'd be dancing in the streets on the Republican side. They're cowering. They want to talk about the leaker. They don't want to talk about the reality of what happened with this decision if it goes forward. And let me tell you, the second part of this thing is they're going to be on the record. They're not going to be able to escape this situation. As Senator Schumer said, we're going to get the vote on the floor. They're going to face it as to whether or not they're going to stand behind Roe versus Wade and the protections included in it on rape and incest and other provisions. We're going to have a matter of record. The American people will know the issue. They'll know what it means to them if the Alito's stark, brazen reasoning continues, and they'll also know which members of the Senate are for them or against them. The election in this November is going to be a referendum on privacy and your rights to freedom as an American. They don't want to make that the case. They want it to be, oh, it's inflation. It's something at the border. No, it's something more basic than that. It's in your bedroom. And we want to make sure the American people understand that's the reality of this issue.
Thank you, Dick. Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you so much. And as Senator Durbin said, so looking around at all of you, this has been something we've talked about theoretically a long time, but it's not been real till this moment for you in your life. And that's where we are right now. This is an incredibly serious moment for women and for our healthcare system. And it's something we have been warning about for a long time. Even last September, in putting out one of our captured courts reports, we talked specifically about the Republican judicial assault on reproductive rights, which has been building and building and building. Now, they're more than willing to send out fundraising emails about this, and my guess would be that they've sent them out today. But they won't stand here. Mitch McConnell won't stand here and answer your questions and own up publicly to what they have done. And we know that if this leaked Supreme Court decision is accurate, this really is the ultimate intrusion into a woman's right to privacy. Michigan women are particularly at risk. If Roe goes away, my state reverts to a very patronistic law from 1931, that makes abortions at any stage a felony with no exceptions for rape and incest. Now, our Governor Whitmer, has seen this coming and has the courage to now come forward with legal action to ask the Michigan Supreme Court to declare the 1931 law contrary to our nation's or to our state's constitution. Our great Attorney General in Michigan, Dana Nessel, and several county prosecutors have said they will not enforce it. They understand what we know, what Senate Democrats understand, that women have a right to make our own healthcare decisions. And banning abortion doesn't stop abortions, it just stops safe and legal abortions. It all comes down to who makes the decision on your health care, who makes the decision for your life, for your future as a woman in America. People in this building right here, Republicans in the United States Senate who want to make the decision for you, a right-wing Supreme Court who wants to make the decision for you, or do you get to make it? We stand with the women of America. We know we have to pass the Women's Health Protection Act now, and then we need to vote in November as if our lives depend on it, because they do.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow.
What is the abortion bill text that you will vote on? Is it the same text that the Senate already voted on?
We'll be introducing Rule 14ing it this week, and it will codify Roe v. Wade. Yes, go ahead, Manu.
Given that Amy Coney Barrett here is likely to be in the majority, do you regret the decision of Ruth Bader Ginsburg to not step aside from the court and for Democrats not to urge her to do so?
I'm not going to second guess Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Yes.
Senator Schumer, Senator Collins and Murkowski have a separate bill on codifying Roe v. Wade. Would you consider putting that legislation forward and not the one that
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it.
I mean, the dynamics that led you to not be able to codify Roe previously remain. You still don't have the votes to nuke the filibuster. You still don't have the votes to pass that bill. What are you going to do once that bill goes down yet again?
Look, it's a different world now. The tectonic plates of our politics on women's choice and on rights in general are changing. Every senator now, under the real glare of Roe v. Wade being repealed by the courts, is going to have to show which side they're on. And we will find the best way to go forward after that. But don't think that what happened 2 weeks ago will be exactly the same, certainly out in America, that it is now. Yes.
Mr. Leader, you had a very strong statement this morning, last night, in which you and Speaker Pelosi accused the justices of lying, of being liars. That's a strong statement, unprecedented
Look,
itself.
the bottom line is, when asked about Roe v. Wade, they said they'd follow precedent, and on issue after issue, they are no longer following precedent. That was misleading the American people. And we have many instances in their private interviews when they talk to people, just the same. They were true misleading. Yes.
Have you spoken to Senator Manchin about this bill?
No,
He was the lone
I have
Democrat.
not. Yes.
What does opinion mean? What opinion would mean for other cases?
Yes.
Like same-sex marriage and over.
This court has shown such recklessness in obeying precedent that we worry that other precedents will be overturned. Precedents relating to LGBTQ rights, precedents relating to birth control in terms of Griswold and privacy, even precedents relating to whole other types of issues, like environment and labor and things like that. Yes, we are very worried that what has happened today is unfortunately a direction the court wants to go in too many other places, because they have shown just total disregard for precedent, despite when they came before us when they said they would obey precedent. Yes, no?
Given that the conservative court majority is likely to be around for a while, do Democrats need to look more seriously at court expansion?
Look, the bottom line is our first step is to have the vote that we're going to have next week. And the bottom line is that we're going to look to these elections in November, and I think the American people are going to speak loudly and clearly that we need some change. We cannot have a right-wing court run America. How that changes, we'll have to see. Last one.
Separate topic on COVID and Ukraine. Do you intend to pair those together and make a decision?
Look, we believe very strongly that we have to get both done. The Ukrainian people desperately need our help, and COVID relief it's a little, in a sense, this way. It may be abstract now, but when the next variant hits and scientists tell us 95% chance, and all of the great therapeutics are already bought up by other countries, the vaccines are bought up by other countries, and the American people don't have them, that's going to be a terrible thing. So we're urging our Republican colleagues not to stand in the way of COVID relief. We need to figure out the best way to get both done, and that's what we're going to try to do in the next few weeks. Thank you, everybody.
Will the leaker be punished?
small win to support a big loss. You know what I'm all you gotta do, bro, is you can take those free plays and use that as your strategy as an example. Like, you know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah. Facts. Yeah. Do it, bro. Let's do it. I'm with it, bro. Hell yeah.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true, bro. Yeah, I just saying that.
Insignificant next to the power of the.
Okay. I'm in disbelief. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even questioned. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Don't playing the victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your glass, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
We got 1 hour left today.
I hope you're ready to sweat. Grab a clipboard, pen, and
Go spit. Boogie Lit for life. Just chasing a dream. Seeing green, nigga. I'm gonna go, nigga.
What you cooking?
I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got play. I got options, I got play. Yeah, I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options. Let's play. Yeah, I got options. Let's play. I got options, who wanna pay? I gotta flip, I gotta save. I'm in a beamer, I wanna rave. I got some tricks, I gotta trade. I gotta put on a rainy day. When you invest, your mind gonna raise. When you invest, your time gonna pay. A nigga playing chess, a nigga playing spades, a nigga stacking book, a nigga getting cake. All I know is stocks, all I know is trades. When it come to money, I be in the wave. When it come to money, I be in the days. A nigga ain't hurt for no cake. A nigga buying power, got me feeling great. Stock market stupid, please going crazy. I be in the booth, trying to find a way. I be in the trap, trying to make a way. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I'm just staying in my own lane, letting this cash accumulate. Stock market going crazy. I got options, I got plays, I got options, I got plays. I got options, let's play. I got options, let's play. Stand in my own lane. I'm running up, get going. I'm stand in my own lane. I'm just spending money, spending money, spending money, letting money, spending money, make this money, just letting this money, make this money, make this money. Can't take that from me, you can't tell me no. Yeah, I'm just letting this money, letting this money, letting this money, run it up. Running it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, run it up, letting this check, run it up, checks, one right.
What time it was. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back from the break. It is Power Hour It's officially Power Hours, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. If you're just now tuning in, we got a bunch of news going on. The market is in the green. The Supreme Court's leak is impacting the market right now. The market is in the green, though we do see rising rates and in crypto. And we also see that the Fed decision is getting closer, you guys. The Federal Reserve's decision tomorrow is getting closer. Oh, man. It's about to be pay day. The wait is almost over. We got some earnings after the bell. Some big moves here, too, apparently. That's what Wall Street say. So we're gonna see if they're gonna give out more than expected or the expected. Amazon's creeping back up here, only down 10. It's been a wild day, you guys. It's been a wild day. So, yeah, we got some clients here deciding if we're going to do some earnings here after the bell. We do have AMD reporting, and we got Airbnb reporting. We got Moderna reporting in the morning. So, you know, opportunity might be in the healthcare sector if you're not thinking about playing AMD or Airbnb. Weigh your options here. Weigh your options. Don't box yourself in. You don't have to do anything. You know, waiting right now is the reward. Just saying. But opportunity is uphold. And we got Biden Live. Let's tune in, you guys.
Thank you, Jim. My name is Linda Griffin, and I'm from Dearborn, Alabama all my life. I have worked in Lockheed Martin more than 25 years. I have worked on several programs, including Javelin, where I have touched every single one of the 50,000 Javelin missiles that have been built in Troy. 50,000! I consider my teammates family. And I can say that the entire Lockheed Martin team is honored by this special guest today. It is a great honor to introduce to you the President of the United States.
I tell you what, Linda, if I were CEO of this company, I'd be worried. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Jim, for the invitation to be here today, and Linda for the warm welcome today. And Congressman Sewell, Woman Sewell, thank you for all you do for the people of the state and the country and for your friendship, our friendship. I want to come down to Alabama to make sure that the American people know what work is this. And by the way, you have a seat, please take it. By the way, sometimes the press is always fair with me, but every once in a while I make a mistake, not like once a speech, but at any rate, years ago when I started talking to this, for this job, I said, please take your seats. There weren't any seats, everyone was standing, there were no chairs. So I just want to make sure I check whether you had seats. Look, the American people know what work at this facility are doing and support Ukraine's fight for freedom. And the bottom line is I came to say thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the reason I'm here. I've been in those battlefields where these missiles are fired, and I spent a lot of time going in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan, maybe a total of 40 times, and I tell you what, I've been in Ukraine a lot prior to the war and on the border since the war, and it's amazing what you've done. We see on the news every single day the atrocities and the war crimes that are being committed by Russian forces in Ukraine, directed by Vladimir Putin, and it really is gut-wrenching. We see the incredible bravery of the Ukrainian fighters defending their country with everything they have. And by the way, it's not just their warriors. It's not just their military. It's people in the street. People in the street staying behind. A lot have gotten out, 5 million, but a lot are staying, including women as well as men, staying to fight for their country. And we know that the United States is leading our allies and partners around the world to make sure the courageous Ukrainians who are fighting for the future of the nation have the weapons and the capacity and ammunition and equipment to defend themselves against Putin's brutal war. A lot of war crimes being committed. But what we don't see, we don't always see, is the work that makes so much of this possible. And that's you. It's not hyperbole, it's you. You make it possible. You make it possible for them to have a shot. You know, during World War II, the United States was known as the arsenal of democracy. There was Rosie the Riveter, who I actually got to meet, quite frankly, before she passed away, and a lot of people who, in fact, kept it going. I was a slight digression. I went over for the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, and I was in Normandy, and I went up afterwards with to the cemetery, and I was walking by myself, and it's incredible. It's immaculate. It's perfectly manicured, and the headstones are all the same. I looked down one row, and I saw 3 names, same names, father and 2 sons who had died in the landing. And I was bent down, and I was reading the dates of their births. And all of a sudden, I heard behind me a tinge, "Hup!" And I turned around, and there was a gentleman who had to be in his early 80s in a wheelchair, being wheeled by his son, who big guy, looked like Hoss Cartwright, and his wife, and one other, and a daughter. And he saluted me, so I saluted him, and at the time, and I turned and I said, "Thank you for what you did. Thank you for literally saving civilization." And he put his hand on his wife's hand was on his shoulder, and he said, no, she did it. She did it. And I looked at her and said, "She built the landing craft that got us in here. She and her friends, they're the ones that did it." And he went on, and he filled up, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, you're doing it. You really are doing it. You're making a gigantic difference for these poor sons of guns who are under such enormous pressure and firepower. Those javelins I saw, there's 10 for every tank that there is in Ukraine right now. You're changing people's lives. We built the weapons, and we really did. But we built the weapons and the equipment that helped defend freedom and sovereignty in Europe years ago. But that's true again today. You know, some of the best, most effective weapons in our arsenal, those Javelin missiles, like the ones manufactured right here in Pike County. They're highly portable. They're extremely effective against a wide range of armored targets. They can hit targets up to 400 meters away and have a fire and forget capability. That means a person firing can, I know you know, but it's for anybody who maybe listen, can change positions or take cover before that javelin even strikes home, strikes the target. In fact, they've been so important, there's even a story about Ukrainian parents naming their children, not a joke, their newborn child, Javelin or Javelina, not a joke. So the brave people of Ukraine, including the many civilians who have taken up arms to defend their country, deserve every ounce of credit for pushing back the Russian assault and frustrating Putin's desire to dominate Ukraine. We're at an inflection point in history, for real. It comes along about every 6 or 8 generations, where things are changing so rapidly that we have to be in control. Folks, there's an ongoing battle in the world between autocracy and democracy. Xi Jinping, the leader of China, who I've talked with, spent more time with than any other world leader has, over 78 hours. Either in person or on the telephone with him. And the fact of the matter is, he's just as straightforward about it. He says that democracies cannot be sustained in the 21st century. Not a joke. They cannot be sustained because things are moving so rapidly. Democracy require consensus, and it's hard to get consensus. Therefore, they can't keep up with an autocracy, one-man rule. But that's not going to be the case. If that happens, the whole world changes. I mean, because of you, in this first really battle, if you will, for that, to determine whether that's going to happen, is because you're making it possible. You're making it possible for the Ukrainian people to defend themselves without us having to risk getting a third world war by sending in American soldiers fighting Russian soldiers. My dad used to have an expression. He said, the only war worse than one that's intended is one that's unintended. You're allowing the Ukrainians to defend themselves. And quite frankly, they're making fools of the Russian military in many instances. A big part of the reason they've been able to keep up fighting and to make this war a strategic failure for Russia is because the United States, together our allies and partners, have had their back. The United States alone has committed more than 5,500 javelins to Ukraine. You're changing the nation. You really are. Add to that significant supplies from our allies and partners, as well as many thousands of other anti-tank and anti-air weapons, helicopters, armored vehicles, artillery, coastal defense systems. Before Russia attacked, we made sure Russia had javelins and other weapons to strengthen the defenses so Ukraine was ready for whatever happened. In the last 2 months, we continued to move even more resources and equipment at a rapid pace into Ukraine. We've made sure that there are no interruptions in the flow of equipment to Ukraine. Since Russia invaded Ukraine just over 2 months ago, we have sent more than $3 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Alone, us, not counting our allies. And that money is a direct investment in defending freedom and democracy itself. Because if you don't stand up to dictators, history has shown us they keep coming. They keep coming. Their appetite for power continues to grow. And every worker in this facility and every American taxpayer is directly contributing to the case for freedom. And that's something we can all be incredibly proud of, in my view. Last week, I sent Congress, if you excuse the point of personal privilege, talking like an old senator, but sent a supplemental budget, a fancy way of saying we need more money, to make sure the United States can continue to send weapons directly to the front lines of freedom in Ukraine, and to continue to provide economic and humanitarian assistance to help the Ukrainian people. And I urge the Congress to pass this funding quickly to help Ukraine continue to succeed against Russian aggression, just as they did when they won the Battle of Kyiv. And to make sure the United States and our allies can replenish our own stocks of weapons to replace what we've sent to Ukraine. As I said from the beginning, this fight is not going to be cheap. But caving to aggression would even be more costly. We either back the Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as Russia continues its atrocities and aggression. I know what the answer is, and I think you all do too. I bet I know what the answer to this plan is. There's something else here that to be understood. Being the arsenal of democracy also means good paying jobs for American workers. In Alabama and the states all across America where defense equipment is manufactured and assembled, 265 people here at this plant are directly employed working on the Javelin program. All told, Lockheed Martin has brought nearly 3,000 jobs to Alabama. The armed forces of the United States of America will continue to be the best armed, most capable fighting force in the history of the world. In order to do that, we have to make sure our vital defense supplies are getting the inputs and supplies they need to produce and protect and provide the full capacity. I learned on the tour today that each of the javelins you produce includes more than 200 semiconductors. I've been a broken record, as the press will tell you, on our need to be able to produce more semiconductors in the United States. We invented the sucker, going to the moon. We, the United States, we're the one that modernized it. We've done more than anybody else. But guess what? We stopped investing in ourselves. We stopped investing in ourselves. And so now we're back in the game, making sure that we become the primary producer of those semiconductors. Computer chips that power much of our modern lives. On our phones, our cars, almost anything that has an on-off switch. And the semiconductor is critical to defense production capacity, as you all know better than I do. That's why we're making it as hard as we can for Russia to get hold of these semiconductors and advanced technologies that it could use to upgrade its military during this conflict. And why we're taking steps to make it easier to source what we need here in the United States during a global semiconductor shortage. And there's just one more reason why Congress has to act quickly to provide the emergency funding of the so-called CHIPS Act by passing a broader bipartisan innovation act so we can produce tens of millions of these chips. There's something we have to focus on, and something I focused on from my earliest days of our administration. I'm determined to make sure the United States holds its technological high ground in competition with other nations, especially China, as we move forward. Folks, we used to invest as a nation years ago, 35 years ago. We invested 2% of our entire GDP in research and development. We do half of that now. We used to be number one in the world. Now we're number 13 in the world. My administration, we're changing that. The United States used to own the innovation field. In fact, it was the Department of Research program that established DARPA, the first development of an anti-tank missile with advanced infrared guidance systems that culminate in today's Javelin. The Bipartisan Innovation Act is going to help reverse decades-long decline in federal research and development investment. And it should create and support entire families and expand U.S. manufacturing and strengthen our national security. Where in God's name is it written that the United States can no longer be a leading manufacturer in the world? We've created just in the last 17 months 465,000 permanent manufacturing jobs in America. We have the best workers, the most competent employees, the best science in the world. And by funding the CHIPS Act, we're going to ensure that semiconductors, the power of the economy, and our national security are made here in America again. Today, all the world's most advanced chips are made overseas. But the events of the past few years have proven beyond a doubt that America's security should never be held hostage to events overseas. Not a pandemic, not a war, not the politics of ambition or other countries. Fundamentally, this is a national security issue. This is one of the reasons why the Chinese Communist Party is lobbying folks to oppose this bill. And it's an issue that unites Democrats and Republicans. So let's get it done. Let's get it done. In introduction, Linda said she personally touched every single solitary Javelin, 50,000 that had been manufactured in this plant 20 years ago. I was worried to shake your hand. I thought you might be electrocuted. But that's where they start, right here, with American skill, American craftsmanship, American patriotism. And just a few days ago, the Wall Street Journal quoted a young Hungarian fighter saying, and I quote, "Without the javelins, it would have been very hard to stop the enemy pushing ahead," end of quote. So these weapons touched by the hands, your hands, are in the hands of Ukrainian heroes, making a significant difference. That's something each and every day you could and should be proud of. And I'm once more urging Congress to quickly pass this supplemental funding bill, over $300 billion, to help the Ukrainians so they can keep all of you very, very busy for a while here. So again, let me end where I began. I came for a basic reason, from the bottom of my heart, to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you what you do. Thank you what you continue to do. Unless you go out in the field and see it, you don't realize what a difference you're making. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
All right, that's your president, Joe Biden. How companies are rethinking their message on abortion. The market's still in the green, you guys. SPY's been holding up all day, chilling in the upper band and bouncing off VWAP all day, you guys. All day. All freaking day. So that's what's up. But So yeah, you guys, just getting things here settled here. It's 3:21. We got about 40 minutes, about 39 minutes left. The market is about to close. 13 states to gut abortion rights if Roe v. Wade is overturned. 13 states to gut abortion rights if Roe v. Wade is overturned. Best breaking news. That's the headlines. The market is mixed up here. The Dow's down 4%. S&P 500 is up 72%. The NASDAQ is up about 41%. The Russell 2000 is up about 1.8%. The VIX is down about 7.58%, down to $29.89. So the VIX has been chilling out all day, for real, working in the Bulls' favor there. The market's still been, coming back down. Stocks really ain't been budging with it. It's kind of mixed up here. You can tell that Roe v. Wade news came out of nowhere and just got the market really spooked at this point. So it's really going to boil down to Powell here. He's going to really just, oh my gosh, types situation to the market or oh wow. So that's what we're waiting on. That's the type of situation Powell's going to give you tomorrow with the Fed decision. But it's been really choppy with the stocks. But the ETFs, the SPY has been going up. Here today. Did hold the gains from yesterday. So the low, it looks like they're trying to just permit that bottom. They're trying to say that bottom is in right now in the SPY. But some people not going for it. Some people think it's going to retest 405. It could go either way still from here, you guys. We're in a bear market. It's exciting right now. It's a lot going on. So it's best to stay calm when it's this exciting and this much going on. Because everyone's anticipating the Fed decision. I think that's the exciting part because we do not know how we are all, our self-investors are going to interpret the news that that's coming in on tomorrow, you guys, at 2 p.m. So we'll see. We will see. But it looks like my crew, we want to do AMD. It looks like we might have to do it here. I don't know. Just let me know if y'all want to do it or not. We can do it. If not, it doesn't matter. I'll give you about a little 5-minute window. Like I said, I don't think everybody should do it. I'm just looking out for everybody here. So, if you do want to do it, it's a limit to how many people can get in. We don't want to just flood it. You know what I'm saying? We want to be able to leave room for equity for others. And some, like I said, just need to... you're doing very well. You can do other things, So, you guys figure it out. SPY's coming down here. We're right at VWAP. We're going to take a quick break. This is the Stock Market Live for LCLD. We'll be right back. Somebody pass me my lighter. Freestyles out top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lenny, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. This the sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. This that sun, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we sent it, we swipe, we win it, shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south.
Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. Man, she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead, ooh. Damn. And they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' go. But it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my man's. That's my man's. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west land. Yeah, we got it in the best land. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trappers. What right? This busy chasing bag on this one, man. From the real nigga. Shot. Shit really fucked up. Shot nigga, goddamn shot. I don't know what the fucking nigga doing to goddamn get to that film. But it ain't your motherfucking business. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. I ain't tripping or hurting for shit. Just gotta stay focused and keep stacking money and watch you hating on me. It could be your big dog, it could be your little homie. I keep that iron on me. I'm never blind, homie. I'm always riding, homie. And when it's time, homie, for that stool light, I bet you dying, homie. Show me my opponent, you gotta be lying, homie. I knew you wasn't real, you always show me phony. It's just reality now, my shit, I bet you want it. I dare you niggas take it, your family gonna have to wait it. These bags I'ma have to take it, so play it how you play it. The end won't see you make it, then that's some rag, homie. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. Man, this shit fucked up. Shit be really fucked up, cause I be fucked up. Nigga, when you fuck up, time fucked up, yeah. Man, this shit fucked up. What the fuck? Man, this shit fucked up. Make the money, stack the money, invest the money, don't waste it. Cause these niggas out here watching, nigga, they ready to take it. Hey, my nigga, I'ma have focus, bro, they better be patient. Cause I'm sliding, yeah, I'm riding, and I'm ready to spank them, blank them. Yeah, I hit them up, got my glizzy tuck. What the fuck, what these niggas thinking? What the fuck be these niggas raising? Man, that shit fucked up, but you niggas gon' get it though. And my niggas, yeah, they with it, hoe. And I'm sliding by whatever, hoe. Even if that shit fucked up. Man, I don't give a fuck, bro. What the fuck these niggas on, bruh? Yeah.
Out of this technological terror you've constructed, the ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the...
Hey, 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 Okay. Yeah. Hey, I'm in disbelief. Oh, yeah. Hey, start from beginning, this shit was a joke. They used to laugh at me. No, it's not a question, this shit that I touch becomes a masterpiece. I used to run from my problems. I was an athlete. I ain't know nothing about making it, just hoping the grass was green. Now going back's not even question. Oh, life before was purgatory, now it's painted perfect for me. Lesson I chose. Yeah, I haven't worked on purpose, but I think it's self-learning. I ain't know I can live paycheck to paycheck and make it. I used to be fine with that. Now I'm invested in trying to be famous. I crossed where the line was at. I used to live for a little bit. Now I'm percentage this little is the part that's above where the medal is. If I want the money, I'm getting it. Life's not impressive. This shit is progressive. I'm in it for me. When I see $1, I'm moving the camera. I'm making a reach. Yeah, I just turned that into something. I did it. They hate what they see. They don't believe I can do it, but honestly, not to do it. I'm in disbelief. Done playing a victim. Life ain't what it seems. Gotta want it just to get some. Yeah, and I know that. Raise your gloves, we can toast that. Gonna throw back and come back and toe tag. Cost more shit than your own pad. Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It's 3:37 p.m. We're just sitting here following charts and numbers. I had to get some positions filled here. We are live, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We do got some positions filled here. We're going to be getting some more positions filled here before the close here. We're starting to see an opportunity here. We're opportunists. Opportunists. I mean, excuse me, I said that wrong. Okay, I'm wrong. So we're opportunists, you guys, and we're seeing opportunity. That's what's going on right now. But yeah, we're in, you guys. So you guys hitting me. We're in. We're live. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We're gonna see which direction they're gonna go. We'll find out. You know. So it can play out really good here. We do see it's a lot of hype with the semiconductor situation. It's a lot of hype with real estate, and it's a lot of hype with healthcare. So these are the top three, you know, hype things talked about as of right now, flurrying and soaring through the market. So we're going to see after the bell what these stocks got and what they can provide for the hype, you know. Hopefully it's no cap. Hopefully it's all true. But we'll see. We'll see. We'll definitely see here in about 20 minutes, you guys. Right now, nothing going on, though. No briefings. I think probably going to end the day like that because Jim was on a private jet. We done seen Biden. They protesting. We done seen every politician today. They probably done. So we're going to close out of these because they ain't going live no more. I know they not. It's over with. We done seen them too many times a day. I know we ain't going to see them no more. That's a good thing. Don't want to see them no more. But they done said enough. So it's really going to boil down to Fed decision, you guys. What we've been saying all along. Fed rate hike. U.S. jobs report on Thursday. It's a lot of stuff to be anticipating here, but tomorrow's pretty big. Tomorrow, 2 p.m. Make sure you guys tune into the live stream. We'll have everything you want to know live tomorrow, as we do every day, Monday through Friday. Be sure to check out the website at www.letcashaccumulateoverdays.com. If you can, just check it out and look into it. Like I said, I'm not asking you to sign up. I'm asking you to read the website so you can understand what you could possibly do without even using LCAOD. So just keep that in mind, you guys. But U.S. economy data this week, a lot going on here. ADP payrolls tomorrow. We're ready for that. Ready for that in the morning. Looks like the jobs data was straight. So that kind of had the market on a little bit of upstream there earlier this morning, and then it got kind of a little shaky. But it's been chill so far, man. We would have thought they probably would have been worse with all that breaking politician news, with the leaks and all this abortion stuff. This is crazy, man. But it's serious though. I understand it's about our women, so you know, power to them. But I get it, you know, but it's crazy. I'm trying to understand a little bit more as they talk about it. I'm looking deep into it. I really didn't know it was this big of a deal. I mean, I always knew it was that big of a deal. I've seen it and heard about it, but I never actually looked into it. It's just brought it into my attention today, especially you know, it's in my business. You know, I'm looking at the stocks and the charts and numbers in here, and it's reflecting that. So gotta want to look into it now. So see that market just flipped here with Kangaroo here. The Nasdaq just turned red, down 5%. The Dow just turned red, down 3%. The S&P 500 is up 24%. The Russell 2000 is up 92%. The VIX is down about 6.43% at $30.26. So the VIX is still high, but just chilling out today. Really, they call this a cool off. But if they keep going down like this, it'll turn into a sell-off at the VIX. So keep that in mind. Just keep your eye on the volatility of the market. It's very important, very important. But, man, we done went over everything today, man. LCAOD word of the day is urge. The urge. Oh, man. Golly, y'all got the urge. But, look, patience. Patience with that urge will always get you what you want. I'm telling you. Because some of y'all urge be right on point. But you got to have the patience to achieve it. To achieve what you're wishing for. Oh, y'all ain't hearing me, ladies and gentlemen. Word of the day is urge. Oh, man. But, yeah, man, follow the smart money. That's what you always should do when you're doing this. Keep your ego out of it. Keep your ego out of it. Some of you, I told y'all, the market can go up. You could have made some money to the upside today. But some of you just didn't think it was going to do it, and it still did it. That's called ego. Move that out the way. Follow charts and numbers. We all get paid. I'm letting you know that. They really credit spread today, though. They played both sides pretty equally, so you get what I'm saying. If you would have just waited, patience. Patience, you see? Patience pays. Patience pays. We did good. We up here today, about another 2%. I'm just trimming these 2-3% days here. I'll trim small as we wait. I can trim small as we wait. No problem with LCAOD. No problem with LCAOD. This is the Stock Market Live with Let Cash Accumulate Over Days. It's 3:43 p.m. The market is about to close. Earnings are about to present themselves to the public. The show goes on. Amazon got everybody on. So what's going to happen next? After the bell. Let's tune in. We'll be back before the close, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. Somebody pass me my lighter. It's a freestyle. It's up top, man. I'm trying to keep it clean. I'm trying to be seen. One night, I got that blood high. They say, Lennon, you too high. But I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This the son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't trying to be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. I ain't trying to be cool. I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool, I ain't tryna be cool. This that son, sit down, go to school. School rocks, you can learn everything you want. School rocks, sit down, pay attention, don't talk back. Niggas know what's up, niggas know where it ain't. I don't give a motherfucker, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, I'm getting money, what you think? Hey, take care, roll out, it's fair, go up, go down, it's there, it's here, my mind, we racing, I'm here, I'm there, you here, you there, we here, I'm here, I did it, came up, I'm committed, you did it, I'm committed, you send it, I send it, we send it, you sent it, we swipe, we win it, we win it. Shit reverse though, it can be a fucking curse though. If you're running your mouth, I hope your shit go down south. I hope your shit go down south. Like my bitch going down south, but we ain't gonna talk that now. This ain't about no fucking bitch. Man, that bitch ain't shit. And she lied on my list. Man, she lied on my list. Then she asked for some dick. Then this shit got twisted. Then I said, ain't no twister, but this ain't no game. You can't get it. You can't fit it. You can't fit in with my team. I'm committed. Yeah, I said it when I said it. Then I know that I did it when I did it. If I did it, then you know that you did it too. So that's all I know, that I did it, boo. Every nigga talked against me, they dead. Ooh. Damn, and they dead, ooh, and I don't even brag about that. I just ask God, why is it is like that? Damn, I done did some fucked up shit, but I know I'm gon' burn, but it ain't lit, yeah, it ain't lit to be talking about death. That's why I'm even gon' get on that subject to death. You get it? Don't talk about death, don't get on the subject to death. These niggas ain't got death. They run out of breath. They run out of breath, yeah. Hey, they run out of breath. Hey, but I'ma step, with that 4-5. I step with my hands, yeah, I got hands. It don't matter what you wanna do, leave you in the sand. Knock a nigga down, leave his hands to the land. Rest in peace, that's my mans. That's my mans. Yeah, that's my man. To the land, rest in peace, that's my man. I was in the hood, on the west, man. Yeah, we got it in the best, man. Niggas is some real trappers. Real trappers speak up for the real trap. said, you wanna do your one?
Extra, 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 extra. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know one nigga finesse it. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra. Brother for brother, you know how I'm rockin'. Nothing but hundreds that stash in my pocket. Don't fuckin' these bitches that straight up exotic. See a battle, can't tweet about it. So many rats that can't fit in my pocket. They straight up exotic. Fuckin' these bitches, she say I'm too toxic. Little fat bitches, she callin' me pop. Run down, creep on her, put him on the shirt. Long night, no sleep, got it from the dirt. OTMs out of shit on my shirt. Brother for brother, let's see what he worth. Hey, my brother, you ain't come from the turf. RP truth, that shit hit the worst. Remember them days I was laying in the bed and my mom told me it could've been worse. Capping they rap, why they shit sound the same? Yo, bro, my brother came from my pain. Did what you did, so stay in your lane. Green light don't go, no, my nigga for the same. Nigga be with all the diss and keeping me all in their mention. Get hit for all of that feds. You cool on the hoe, check my pen. But 10 toes in when they stand on my bed. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know the finesse. Said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finesse. You know said he gon' do what to me. You know these niggas be flex. You know that they flex. Nigga get hit with this West. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra. Extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra. If it go short, we stretch it. Got it for the low, sell it for the high. You know my nigga finessing. Said he gon' do it to me. You know these niggas be flexing. Nigga get hit with this Westin. You know that my nigga keep weapons. Extra, extra.
So hold up, I'm saying because it's gonna go down to the fair decision. The fair decision will shoot the spot back to 40, or it's gonna shoot it down to 400. Right? What do you think? I think you should pick a side. So you just gonna hold it down.
The call is great.
It's the first time for long.
No, look, that was just at 428. Look in the past week. 429.
Go back to the truck you just had. There's something in there. You see where they can do that too. Playing with fire. Might as well wait. See what's you got. Look, you got 3 minutes. The market about to close, you guys. It's 3:53. I'm giving my clients another 3-minute window, so she'll have 4 minutes before we close. But yeah, LCAOD, we're gonna stick around for the after hours. The spot is shooting straight up here like a rocket into close. So I don't know. It's gonna boil down to these earnings, you guys. It's gonna boil down to these earnings plays after the bell here. Airbnb is a big one. AMD is a big one. We got Moderna tomorrow. You guys, it's about to get intense here. The earnings show does continue just because big tech's out the way. That's just the ones nobody don't really like to take the chance of playing. That don't mean earnings is over. Earnings still goes on. The show must go on still. This is how this business works. These are strategies you can use. You can play earnings. People get, people hold to earnings. It's a lot anticipated into the earnings, you guys. So we're going to see. We're going to see. We got a lot. We're on Tuesday. We got Pfizer. They already went. AMD, Airbnb, Starbucks Go, Lyft. A lot of names here. In the morning, we got Moderna, CVS, Regeneron, the health sector there. We're going to see how they're looking over there on the health side of things. But yeah. Yep. This is the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. I hope you guys enjoyed the live stream today. We are about to play earnings. Let's go. AMD on the clock. You got 5 minutes. Hey, you got 2 minutes. You're going to make a play. You got to do it. If not, hold. Pressure's on here. Fed decision tomorrow. Think about what's going to happen. The market is about to remember everything we went over, all the LCAOD words of the day. Think about all the clues you've been getting. Urge, soon. That's been the 2 words of the day so far the past 2 days. Soon was yesterday. Today it was urge. Oh, man. Y'all not hearing me, though. Tomorrow is the Fed decision, you guys. The market is about to move. We got a lot of stuff going on outside of the market politics. Leap abortion stuff. That's crazy right now. Market mixed up here. The Dow's down 8%. The S&P 500 is, the Dow's now up 29%. So it looks like, I don't know what that was about. Looks like my page wasn't refreshed or something. But the Dow's up 31%. The market's in the green here, you guys. Looks like they might try to close it at a credit spread green. Volatility is slowing down here. It's been a choppy day. You guys. It's been a choppy day. But it did fight up. The Bulls did hold up. They did hold up. I'll give them that. I ain't gonna lie. What is that one? They almost had me in the first. I ain't gonna lie. They almost had us in the first, but with dedication and oh man, yeah, man. We got earnings after the bell, you guys. It's about to get intense here. What can the little semiconductors do? What can the little semiconductors do? Do they got it? Do they got it? Do you not? Do you not? Do you have it? Do you have it? Do you got? About to find out here with AMD. The truth is about to get exposed. Or they're going to try to hit us with some flat action and make us decide tomorrow. Hopefully they get straight to it here. This is usually a stock they get straight to it. They usually do, for real. So we're going to see. I think the last time LCAOD hit big with this, it was like at 70. It went to 110, then 110 to 130 or 125 or something like that, 120. It was crazy that day. It was crazy. I can show you that earnings. It was probably like 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm thinking it was this one. It was in May. Last year, May? No, that was recent because it was like last year, like October. It was either this one or this one, you guys. Like between August or October. But yeah, it was like, I think it was this one though. It was like right here. And then it went up. Boom, boom, boom. 119. That was cool though. That was cool. But I'm zooming out on their all-time chart. I didn't know they had this much room here, you guys. So this stock can really pick its poison today. Yeah, we're gonna see. We're gonna see. They might got the best chips. They might got the best semiconductor chips in the whole United States of the world. We're gonna find out here in about 2 minutes. The market is about to close, ladies and gentlemen. Oh man, give yourself a hand clap, man. Stocks higher as investors await next moves from Fed. Closing bell in about 1 minute and 42 seconds. Oh, they're giving us a closing bell countdown today. Uh-oh. Something serious going on. They doing that. Something serious going on with these earnings after hours. Between AMD or Airbnb, something serious going on. We're getting a closing bell countdown here. It's like a game. 1 minute and 25 seconds, you guys. You guys better make your final decisions if you're going to do them. We got 1 minute. Easy. Field. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, the market ain't closed yet. I just did that. I don't know. Hold up. We got 1 minute, you guys. We got about 42 seconds. The market is about to close. 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 Oh. We got about 25 seconds, you guys. We got about 25 seconds, you guys. Ding, 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 ding. Market close. Grab your popcorn. Grab your popcorn. The show must go on. This is after hours action now. AMD, you're on the clock here. AMD, you're on the clock. What you got? What you got? AMD, you're on the clock. Scam likely. They killing me. AMD, you're on the clock. What you got? It is 4 p.m. The market is closed. LCAOD, we're closed. No more orders today. Have to catch me tomorrow pre-market. Catch you tomorrow pre-market live. We're going to stick around for after hours earnings with Airbnb. We're waiting on AMD. And we're going to watch Starbucks and Lyft. That's it today. And we're going to check all 4 of them out and see what they're doing. But yeah, you guys, let's see. We're on the board, you guys. We're on the clock. We're in there. We're in there like swimwear. This is what it's invested in is all about. What does AMD have? You got the bag or nah? You got the bag or nah? That's the type of situation it is today. You got it or not? That's how earnings has been since Amazon went. You got it or not? Amazon said no. Amazon didn't have it. They shocked the world. They shocked the world. They shocked the world. So we're going to see. We're about to see what's up. Which way you going, you guys? What's going on here? Don't try to hit me with a standstill. Nah, give it some time, you guys. It's going to get priced in about 10, 15 minutes. They're counting right now. They're in the office. They got the money counter rolling, whatever number it stop on. They make a decision. Boom, it's in the open market. Now we got it. And it's up to us to react how we react. And we won't be able to get it till tomorrow, obviously. But we're going to see. We are going to see what a day, though. What a day. The market did close in the green. The NASDAQ closed up 22%. The S&P 500 closed up 48%. The Dow even closed up 20%, so good thing. On a day like this, I still managed to grab a put and make $300 profit, you guys. So think about that. But it wasn't a lot of green, but it was just simple fact. It was just a simple fact that it's not strong green. It's a credit spread green, so it's a difference. If you got 1% green, then now you see some stocks really going. But I don't know. The Fed decision is going to put it like that tomorrow, basically, or it's going to. I do know this: the Fed decision will put the stocks like that tomorrow, or it'll definitely have it down red a lot. 1%. We're gonna find out though. That's tomorrow. We just sitting here waiting post earnings, you guys. The market is closed. We're in the after hours. If you're just now tuning in, we are about to wrap it up here. We're just gonna watch them move the needle here a little bit. So post earnings right now, we got Airbnb on the move. Airbnb's on the move here. They're up about $7, so it looks like they're going first. Airbnb's on the high. That's good. That's a good pop, good start there. You got to confirm that hold. Confirm that, and hold. You know how it go. You know how it go. So that's good over there. They're moving that needle over there, Airbnb. And they ain't got started here, AMD. You guys give it some time. Haven't got started here yet. But Airbnb's already moving over there. They're up. Their Airbnb's up 154, you guys. So they're near that implied move. They're near that implied move. They're near it. It looks like Airbnb's trying to hold it. Let me refresh it because it should be showing like a post like lighting, like just one candle in the after hours. Okay, yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. You know what I'm seeing so far. So Airbnb's on the high, you guys. They're up $10 after hours so far. It looks like their earning report is out and they're going first. Fine. Check with Starbucks. Starbucks hasn't moved yet. But that's good for Airbnb. I think the report is out, you guys. They're up. They're at 156. Airbnb's up $11, you guys, after hours. So they gotta make it maintain all the way to about 8 p.m. So all the way till tomorrow, really 9:30 a.m. So that's good though. Start of it. We haven't got any earnings results yet with AMD, but just give it some time. Momentarily, they'll start to kick in. It'll start to kick. Yeah. Oh man, what a day! Whew. No initial move yet with AMD. They're creeping up here about a cent, but that's not it. We know that ain't it. You know what the earnings move looks like, you guys. At this point. But Airbnb, it looks like it's fading. It got rejected in the after hours at 156 resistance. Airbnb coming back down 152. So gains are already wiped unless they can hold it there and bounce it back up. So it looks like they're still counting here. Over there, AMD. Take your time, no problem. Let's see what you guys' market cap is. 147.726 billion. Yeah, take your time. Take your time. Figure it out. we can wait. We can wait. We got patience here. LCAOD, LLC. So still nothing, you guys. We're still here. We're still live. We're still here. We're chilling. You know, just give it some time. Give it some patience. They're still counting. Obviously, I do see that they're moving the needle though after hours a little bit, but they're still counting. You know, we got a lot of time here at CLD. We don't even have to worry about this week really. We just needed to move. Give us some hope. Give us confirmation. That's all. That's really all it takes. But other than that, man, we chilling right now. It's chilling right now. It ain't doing nothing yet. It looks like Airbnb went first though, for sure. And they're up $9. 6%. They're up $9. Homie was right. We should have played that for sure. He said calls. Real estate. I thought real estate was fine. All right. It looks like AMD is getting started now. All right, here. Now we're getting some motion started here. Now let's just see what they got here. This is the start of something. Looks like they're counting here. Seeing resistance at 96. See strong resistance at 96 here on AMD. Strong resistance right there. So it's turning into a rejection here, you guys. AMD, we're live. This is a live look at the earnings results here. Starting to kick off. Uh-oh. Next candle here, they got to push it. They know they got to get past 96, though. What happened? Oh, Mr. 100 ain't 100 no more. That's what it looks like. Wow. Mr. 100 ain't 100 no more. Or prove me wrong. It don't look strong right now. This needle going crazy. These numbers going fast. Extremely fast, but the 95 ain't changing. Sucking volatility out of a state of object crush. All that. But we got a little bit of time, so we should be fine. Just need to move a little bit more than this. So it looks like AMD earnings is, let's check some reports, let's check news. So far it's a little small pop, but it's not, it don't look like the results. So still resistance at 96, you guys. That ain't good. So far, if they counting this much at that same level, that ain't good. I mean, they had a lot of debt, and it's just going straight to back to the SEC. They just taking it every dollar until it can bust through. If it can't, it's about to fall probably. Looks like they're coming up out their debt now. Maybe. Might be priced in. Might be waiting too. This is the initial pop though, so it's not really. Want to see what the conference call is like. Open market audit tomorrow. Give it some more time too. I don't really think this is the move yet. Might want to wait another 20 minutes maybe if you got time. But this is going to be happening all night, you guys, all the way till 8 p.m. So you guys can check it out for yourselves here. We're going to wrap it up here. We can check it out in the morning. That's going to be really key anyway. Just be on the lookout for the report coming out, the conference call. and everything involved with it. But this is and was the Stock Market Live with LCAOD. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out. Peace out. Peace out.